All right, hello everybody, welcome back. So, what am I doing here? I'm gonna actually color the Darth Maul section. Get that going. um, as always, this is B marker paper, and just using Copic right now. So the other parts are in the YouTube channel. Brandon again is not with me. I was joking on him today because he had this whole thing about wanting to, how come I don't ever say he's part of the cast? And then like ever since he said that, because he's like, oh, I'm always on, and then ever since he said that, he's never been on. Like he's always like, well, I mean, it's late, or I'm not in the mood, or today he was like, well, it's always so random. Yeah, it's always so random. You're on. I'm like, yeah, well, I have to fucking work and I have a life, so I have to work randomly. You know, so I mean, he could jump on. He's just like, well, I'm not prepared. I'm like, what do you think? I'm prepared to work? I have to fucking sit down and work. Like, it's the part where I'm trying to like teach him. You have to break out of this mold that like you're going to just create the work you want to create when it's sort of comfortable to do so, because it's rarely ever comfortable. I mean, like right now it's warm as shit in my room. Yeah, I mean it's warm as fuck, and I'd like to just sit by the pool and relax, but I gotta work. So here we go. I'm gonna start with VO4. So I guess I'd like to make these a little bit more entertaining, but I can only chat by myself for so long before it becomes weird and uncomfortable. He's like, well, I'm going to the store, pick up some stuff. So if you're still on to get back, I'm like, how long does it take to go to the store? It takes no time. It's like a 20-minute run. 30 if you take your time. That's BVOO. I need V04. It's wrong one, Rob. Wrong one, dude. Where is my marker shit's all tore up right now. It's not cool. BO1. I was totally attempting to watch BlizzCon, but it's all fucking esports now. Like they don't really stream any of the artist panels. They don't stream any of the voice actor stuff. We got one Q&A, 2 hours devoted to like Overwatch, and everything else like esports. Fucking drives me nuts. Maybe that isn't what I start off with. Maybe it is the BB. You know, the trick with these initial shadows and stuff is do your best to try and pop out the three-dimensionality of the piece. Find those shapes and kind of like try to give them a little bit more form. I'm trying to take a pic of these two really quick before my phone goes out. All right. There's no shortcut to doing this. got real dry in the air. It's fucking with my sinuses. Put the wrong one on there. Do 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 do. That actually should be. That should be background. Better. Hello. What's up, dude? I lost them. It's weird. Hey man, just working on this Darth Maul. It was funny. I was saying earlier that Brandon spends all his time telling me about how I don't say, "Hey, Brandon's joining me. He's part of the cast." I always say he's from somewhere else. He's like, "I'm always on the cast," and then he never shows up. I'm like, "Hey, people have asked about you." Well, I'm like, "Hey, you want to be known, and people want to know where you're at." He's like, "Well, you're always on doing weird shit." Like, I'm like, "Yeah, there's no set time to work when you have a day job, dude. Like, you have to, make the time." That's why he's never completed projects because, I'm training him. You'll learn. Most of the time, the dude's sitting in his fucking house doing jack shit anyway. It's all just excuses. Well, I thought I'd sit around and watch TV today. Like those days are over, bro. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. No, I did Copic work. Like I did practicing on how I wanted to color them. I haven't colored them yet. A lot of different ways to color black. Yeah. Should I use blues, but the background isn't going to have a lot of blues. It's just, I've never done a piece where there's a painted background plus the candy character, and then I'm going to add, gouache and shit on top of this, so. Yeah, I got the BlizzCon ticket. Though I'm hate to be like the guy who complains. It's like, yeah, they have all these artist panels they never stream, and it's like 80% of BlizzCon now is just streamed championships, like esports. Like, it'd be really nice if they'd stream the fucking artist panels, and fuck, at this point, the voice actor panels too. I mean, something a little bit more creative than just, I mean, if it's all going to be esports, they can get corporate sponsors. They don't need me to pay $40, you know, to watch some trailers. Like, I could have bought a game, for $40. Like, and I'll just wait for their press releases, like whatever. Yeah, but they have these artist panels where they actually do digital paintings and shit like that, not just walking you through pictures. None of that stuff is streamed. If you go look at the actual panel stuff, you'll see there's like 5 or 6 panels on that, and there's another 5 or 6 panels. They don't stream them onto the panel section. And they never do. Every year, like they cut them out, and it's just like, you know, I get it may not be as popular, but I mean, it's fucking. That's what we have the con for, right? Stream those parts of the con. Like I got the first year when it's a new setup and everything, but sorry. I mean, I'm a fan of art too, like I would like to be able to show up. I guess that's the thing. Like, I don't really care about the actual games as much as I care about how they're made. Like, that's the stuff that I get into. So, watching people play video games, I don't have any interest in that. You know, I get it's popular, and I mean, if I played a game and people sat down and hung out with me while I played it, it would make it more fun. However, I'm not the guy to sit down and watch competitive sports gaming. Like, I don't watch any sport if you really want to know. Like, closest thing to a sport I watch are old wrestling, like WrestleManias, like from the '80s. Sometimes I put them in when I work, but they're there. They just don't stream them. It's a shame. It's like the reason I used to go to Comic-Con when I was a kid. I like to hang out with the artists. I didn't care about the panels on what superhero is going to meet this superhero. You know, I didn't care about the storylines. Just care about the artistry of it. I don't even think they're streaming 2 hours of cinematic panels and stuff that they have lined up. It's in some Dolby room or something. Hello. But I mean, Overwatch is cool. I have no desire to play another first-person shooter. So, yeah. But I like the look of it. I mean, it's cool. The only thing that can get me to play another FPS would be Half-Life 3. Or whatever they end up calling it. I'm gonna need to get to those red tattoos sooner than later. Oh no, I missed it. You know, I just saw that. Hurt my pride, brother. Yeah, no, when you post it doesn't put them at the top. Like it it's really weird. When people post uh it goes all over the place. So I have to sometimes scroll down. Like when you post the Hulk Hogan quote, it goes right above when you asked about the Darth Maul. And then when you just said your Hulk Hogan reference is now at the top. So I have no idea how Google Hangouts works out. Normally you would just think the newest post would be at the top. The newest question would be right there at the top. But it doesn't actually work out that way. Can you use any markers to get a good result? Well, this is all done with marker. So this is 100% markers so far. So yeah, you can do pretty good. mean, maybe there's some like internet delay when people post. It takes a while to ping on their server. I don't know. I don't know how it works. And quite frankly, I've tried to look up this stuff, but Google doesn't exactly have the most extensive. You always get referenced back to their stupid FAQ page and stuff, which has like the most generic tech support ever. And I suppose when they hand shit out for free, they're like, well, just deal with it. I don't have a good answer. So yeah, every time I go back to look at the Q&A, I have to like kind of scroll through it. I've tried to work with someone Brandon's on, like he could do that, but they don't let him have access. I guess only the person who started the stream has access to the Q&A. It's just really annoying. One second, just posting this shit. Alrighty. Bow, bow. Do, 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 do. Alright, let's start the red pass here. Yeah, it did not soak up. This marker's really been used a lot. Let's see. Five. Let's see, 3. Mm-hmm. How do I draw my art? I did a video on my, it's on my YouTube. You can see me actually drawing it. Here are the line arts. So a lot of it has to do with just drawing silhouettes and then things into silhouettes, shapes. You know, I got a basic perspective line, and these are kind of like shapes that I kind of paint in perspective, turn the opacity down, and draw into it like a three-dimensional little model. And then add details on top as I go into final drawing. Half of it is really instinct at this point. You know, once you learn enough perspective, and then in my case, like also developing a process of, like I said, I like to draw into shapes. Then it's just getting some reference to make sure you're on model, step and repeat. And then layering color gradually. Layering color gradually. I mean, if you really want some good like how to draw, you know, instruction, I recommend Nomon has a Scott Robertson has some fundamentals on perspective and stuff. I think a lot of people like to jump into drawing characters because, you know, that's what inspires us a lot of times, right? Like I like that comic or I like that animation, but uh, I spent years just learning perspective, you know. So a DVD on like how to draw a character is kind of pointless if you don't actually understand, you know, the fundamental like. I mean, I fell in love with drawing shapes and shit, so I don't really see how it's boring. Some people find it boring. You know, had I not had an interest in comic books in the 90s, I probably would have become like one of those fine artists that paints cube shapes and shit. I could see that happening. As crazy as it seems, because you see this stuff's all poppy, but I mean, I only started the Copic stuff last year, June of last year, so a little over a year. About 18 months I've been doing Copics. Trying to work my way up to like full paintings and stuff, you know, but I know how to draw more than I know how to paint and color and stuff, so I start with the drawing first. Yeah, well, then you got time. And, one of the best pieces of advice I was ever given was at Comic-Con in like 92, 93. An artist told me, get into comics when you're 30 if you really love it still, This way you give yourself a chance to grow as an artist, you know? And, I think a lot of times, it can be dangerous to get a little caught up. I mean, I gotta finish sentences. It can be dangerous getting caught up in trying to chase freelance work or appease, editors, and so you tend to take shortcuts with the art. And yeah, give yourself a little bit of time, and develop, the perspective and put it on YouTube and shit. Just track your work. Like me, I'll be honest with you. This commission was really only for Darth Maul. So I could have just drawn him standing there, colored it, and been done with it, you know. But for me, like I like to really every time I do a piece, I like to improve, which I got to be honest is not conducive to like working under a deadline. In this case, I wanted to fully paint the background and then also add gouache and stuff when I get done. Opaque paint over the Copics. So a lot of artists just tend to get into like, oh, this worked for me, so I'm going to keep doing it over and over and over and over. But the problem with that is eventually you can become like a parody of yourself. Like you start to do the same thing over and over, and people go, "Oh, I've seen that before," you know. So I mean, it's a little bit more than you asked for, but that's why a lot of people ask, "How do I really get? How do I improve my art?" I'm like, well, pushing yourself in ways, like in order to do this, I had to have a fundamental understanding of color, like that takes some time too. I know, art parody. Did I ever have my own characters? Oh yeah, I got my own stuff. I actually started my comic career selling indie books to publishers that never got published because they went out of business or there was no money. So I'm right now working on my own. Like I already kickstarted it, and I'm in the middle of writing, doing all the writing and art for it, called Game Cave. So you can follow that on my Facebook page under SketchCraft. So I'm writing like it's kind of like novel meets art book meets video game magazine. I could show you some line arts. I have some color stuff up on there as well because this needs to dry for a second. If I can't dig this shit up. Been in the middle of writing every day. I don't have the art right in front of me. Like this is a drawing of the main character, Bombcat. These are some of her items and stuff. Pocket blade, bento bombs, accessories, some side characters, Truffles and her mom. So these will all be digitally colored. Like I already colored her. She's up on there. some of my concept sketches and stuff. Some of the areas. You can see a lot of base perspective and stuff. So, I got stuff all over the fucking place. Endless. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's all I'm doing now with my own stuff. I mean, I have a day job, but other than that, I'm just working on my own stuff. The commissions like this I do because people would like to buy art from me. So I make one a month now. That's it. While I work on everything else. So it's best to just start with a darker color. Start to pop out some of these shapes. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a whole bunch of characters, man. Her mom runs a team of professional gaming players in their world. And they're of different races. So thanks, long arm. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm just trying to just trying to get my stuff out there, you know what I mean? I may have to actually use some warm grays on that. I tell you, these characters all covered in black really drive me up the wazoo. Like, a lot of it is I want some dynamics in. It's hard when you're like it gets darker and darker. That's why I started with like adding the opaque paint with this one. I did a test, little head test, a couple weeks ago, so that I can come back and paint in, refractions and reflections and stuff, and just pop out those lines versus just doing the whites. I am starting. I have like 3 or 4 people already lined up, so I'm trying to keep it kind of small. But there are a few core people I know that are reading the Game Cave stuff. I've put up the first chapter, an iteration of it at least. I don't know if it's the final iteration. I got some minor tweaks to do here and there, but it's 98%, up on the Deviant. And the one on the Deviant is just the words only. I don't think I've put up how it will look like. But there are some examples of that on the Facebook page. If you scroll into the photos, you can see I did like an alpha build. I think I even put a link if you wanted to check out like an alpha state of what it looks like when it's laid out. It's coming along, man. I mean, things I mean, they slowed down incredibly when I had to get the day job. You know. My initial projections were all based on me doing nothing but game cave and commissions. But when I had to get the day job, for reasons we won't get into, uh, things just slowed down. I mean, they're daily, just whatever. On the upside, it's the quality's there. That's all I give a shit about. Like, it'll all be worth it. And you'll see a lot more game cave art once I'm closer to finalizing the words and stuff. Like, so somewhere in December or early January, like I'll start that full on. Um, the only part about the writing process that has been a little bit of a challenge is I reread. I reread so much, man. Like, if I have 2 hours every day to write, um, blocked in, but the first hour of it would be me rereading, or at least an hour of it. Like I reread while I write, reread, write, reread. And I'm constantly rereading to try and get the sound down, to get, to make it, trim it down, to make it more efficient. So that's the part that slows me down in terms of final word count. Like I probably could have wrote 10,000. I probably write about 4 to 8,000 words a night, and then keep 2 or 1,000. Like I mean, really, it's a lot of writing. No, it gets easier, sometimes. The only thing that's been a real challenge was chapter 4, but that's because it was initially and structurally I had it set up as a kind of a half paragraph, and it turned into like 3 chapters. But I made this decision that if the characters go through something, that they'll actually, there's things called scenes and sequels, structurally. And in the sequel, that's where like after something happens, the characters sort of deal with it. And, it's like I can either ignore that stuff. Like you ever watch a TV show and they're like trying to solve a problem and you're like, dude, remember like last episode when you solved that problem, already? Like just do this, and they don't do it and you're like, those people are stupid. I'm trying to avoid all that stuff. So as much as I can, like consciously avoid it. So because this stuff drives me nuts. I hate that. And it's not a comic, so I got room to, in comic books, there's no room for that. you know, that's what always drove me nuts about comics. So, but I like the art too. So, starting next year, I'll be able to, after this gets released, I'll get to put out 1 or 2 a year, like a big book and then a small game cave side quest is what I'm going to call them. Small little thing. Keeps the characters going in between the bigger stories. I'm gonna do some new podcasts will be up soon, and one of them is gonna be an all writing podcast. So and kind of start to break down the process. I gotta make some videos too. Once I'm done actually writing, I'll make some videos on like how it gets done. But I did stop some of the art production because I kind of need to know what I'm drawing. I don't really know exactly what I'm drawing completely until I have the chapters done because I have to kind of flow it through and then see where I want the breaks, you know. And then where I get the breaks is where art will go, and then trying to keep that art count to an acceptable production length. You know, some art might not even be in color; it might just be in tonal, like in an RPG book. But we'll see, because I do prefer color stuff. So we'll see. See how it goes. That's it for a second. I'm trying to work on this shit up here. It's driving me batty. Where's W5? One thing I've tried not to do is sit in a hole when I'm writing, so like I do try to post pics. Yeah. Cool part about writing though is I don't have to be locked in my room. Which is a weird feeling for me because I spent the last 10 years in this place doing nothing but this stuff. Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
Hold on, dude. There you go.
Hello.
Who is this?
This is Brandon James.
From
Leadheavy.com.
right, not from.
Leadheavyart.com.
Like, who is this guy? Never on the streams. I don't know who he is.
Also on Instagram at Leadheavy and Twitter at
Yeah,
Leadheavy.
yeah. I don't even plug my Instagram. Like, it's crazy. You know what gets you followers on Instagram?
Good art.
There you go. Awareness gets you only so far.
Looking good.
That's good in there. It's got a lot of contrast work and details to put in.
Oh, did you get the picture I sent you of the tattoo?
Yeah. You're
Looked
stuck
pretty
with
good.
it for life, bro.
I like it.
Good. Hey,
You
you're
don't
the
like
one who
it?
has to be happy with it. I don't like any tattoos, so I'm not the guy for that. You know, like I've drawn many of them. People get my art tattooed on them. I think it's cool. It's just I don't. You couldn't. I mean, well, no, I don't. It'd be tough. $1 million. It'd take $1 million to get me to put a tattoo on my body. Honestly, it would take some astronomical amount of money.
you better hope I don't get rich. Because then I'm going to
If you
pay
get
for
rich, there's
you.
only one way I know that's happening.
Right.
And so,
So,
inversely,
and for,
you know, at that point, like, you, I got $1 million, but fucking so does Rob, so it doesn't matter, you know, like, doesn't want to do it.
right. And then you're like, no, I don't need it
See,
now.
that's the irony, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's strange. I actually have the million, but now I still have no leverage. So, like, I know won't do it. For what do you do? I don't like him. I don't like him, Sam. I am. Add some blues to this thing. So, Mr. Takati, what are you up to?
I was just setting up my stuff here. Um, and Jessica came by to put lotion on my arm. So I got quiet because it's not the most enjoyable sensation.
Yeah.
But keep it nice and lotioned up. Um, Other than that, I just had to run my errands so that way when I don't have to do anything later, I can work on what I got to work on. The lessons. I just didn't want to
Yeah, I know.
start it in the middle of the day and then have to go do my errands. It's a pain in the ass. That's about it.
Can't believe the internet like trolling over the whole Star Wars name.
I
My friend
didn't.
was like, "Well, it's not a very good name." I said, "So I'm watching BlizzCon, my friend." And I'm like, "StarCraft 2: Legacy of the Void." I'm like, "All right, what if it said Star Wars: Legacy of the Void?" Now you're like, "Oh, voids are legacy." You see what I mean? Like, like what's a good Star Wars style? Let's try this. Let's try this. StarCraft 2: Heart of the Swarm. Now it's inverse it. Star Wars: Heart of the Swarm. Oh, there's hearts and Care Bears over Star Wars. See, it's not the title.
What is
What
the
it
title?
is
I
the
haven't been.
brand is so badly damaged. You know, people don't understand. Like, I've worked on many Star Wars T-shirts, dude, and the only shirts that sell in Star Wars are the joke shirts. You know, where Vader's on a roller coaster.
Right.
You know,
Or join the
because
dark side. We have cookies.
right, because that it's a joke in the subconscious of psyche of whatever the zeitgeist of the fucking franchise. It's been run so far into the ground. You can't even just put Darth. Like I had when I worked on the episode 1 re-release shirts when they did that 3D thing, and
Uh,
I just did like a cool Darth Maul shirt. None of it sold. Look cool, didn't sell. You know, nothing prequel related sells. And so let's just and let's just go through it, right? What's a cool name? Like there are very few movies that just have cool names. You know what I mean?
Maybe
Like
like
Blade Runner is an exception. A lot of people don't actually like the movie, but cool name, Blade Runner. Oh, that's cool. But
The
the
Matrix.
Goonies isn't a good name, Star Wars, the Goonies, It's hard, dude. It's like this. The title only will make sense. It's only cool or not cool, and
What is the title? I haven't been online.
oh, it's The Force Awakens or whatever. Yeah, The Force Awakens. But they took the numeral out too. Like I'm sure it's in the crawl,
Uh,
but it's not like Episode 7, The Force Awakens. Like that's it's just Star Wars, The Force Awakens. People are like, oh, that's fucking lame title. I'm like, no, a lame title is like yeah. Rise of the fucking Jar Jar. I don't know, like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Pretty stupid title. No one seemed to give a shit. You know what I mean?
all right.
They're dawning. They woke up late. I don't know, early to breakfast. I don't. And it was like Star Wars. The Force never sleeps. It's like the jokes never stop, bro. You know. And sometimes you get a cool name like Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls. Oh, that's kind of cool. A little hardcore for Star Wars. Star Wars, Reaper of Souls. Like, whoa. You know, it's a little. It doesn't exactly say rollicking adventure.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's
Star Trek Into Darkness. That's a lame title. Well, Undiscovered Country isn't exactly. How do you undiscover a country? You know what I mean? You discovered it, now you undiscovered it. Yet to be discovered. Could you imagine the internet? Like an A.
even started Into the Darkness. Like, what does that even mean? Like, are you going to a? Yeah, I'm fine with the Force Awakens. It just means that probably gonna have a robust amount of Jedi's or a new, just a new start.
But the trolling on the internet it's like worst title ever. I'm like worst title ever. You know?
Could,
Really? We going there?
Phantom Menace. I didn't even know.
Phantom Menace is a cool title. It's the movie that fucks it up. Do you understand what I'm saying? If the movie was badass, you'd be like, that was a cool movie. Let me tell you what a bad title is. Desolation of Smog. You know what I mean? Like, that's a bad title, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even
The
say.
Hobbit. Now, I'll give you an even newer one, right? The Hobbit. The Battle of the Five Armies. How many times do you have the word the in the title?
The battle. It's like 4 times. No, wait.
It's 3 times in the same title. The Battle. Could you imagine the Star Wars, the Phantom, the Menace? Like, okay, I get you. That's bad. Someone needs to crack open. Just get the word count down a little bit here. It's hilarious, dude. That's why they don't call it James Bond, the Skyfall agenda. It's just called Skyfall. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and I wish you could just call it Star Wars and let you know what I mean? Not even like it's just Star Wars. Star Wars is coming out May 17th. Which one is it? It's the new Star Wars. Just call it. Let the crawl be whatever it's gonna be. I mean, I don't know. I'm the guy that started off, justifying the prequel initially, and then, watching it over and over again in my room, on VHS, and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in this movie. Attack of the Clones. It's a cheesy title, like Temple of Doom, but the movie kind of fails because it should have just been the Clone Wars. And I remember at the time they're like, you can't have the word wars twice in a title. I'm like, so who follows rules? Like they did a whole series, Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Hey, how about this? Instead of calling it Star Wars: The Clone Wars, just call it The Clone Wars, like Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. What's the new one? The Phantom Menace. That's all it's called. The new one's The Clone Wars. They come up with these things. Well, it should have been an Ancient Fear. I'm like, how is the Ancient Fear? If it's the new movie, how is it ancient? Like, you see what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's would go on and on, dude. But you can't reason. The internet can be a lot like terrorism sometimes. Like, you can't bargain with it. Like you can't reason with it. It's like the Joker. It's It's highly entertaining, but chaotic. You know?
That's funny. No rhyme or reason to it. It just happens.
It just picks something and goes, "That's where we all stand today." And I'm like, I don't understand that. You're a freaking loser, you know? Like, I know I'm a loser, you know? Like Beck, whatever. Meanwhile, the best news I heard all week was Joe Dirt too. Beautiful loser. I mean, there's a great name. People are like Joe Dirt too. Beautiful loser. But if it was Star Wars Beautiful Loser, well, and fucking, it's a lame name.
They're really making another Joe Dirt movie?
Yeah, they even showed the mullet and everything. Amazon's putting that together. Awesome, right?
That's funny.
Freaking love Joe Dirt. You know, Joe Dirt was like, I came back from Germany, 2001 March, right? I come back, I'm at the mall, I see this fucking thing with a mullet. I'm like, fucking Dirt. I was like, because I followed Saturday Night Live at the time for years, you know. I was like, Spade's doing a, it's called Joe Dirt. This is so stupid. I walked in and saw it. I'm like, I have to see what the fuck this thing's about. It was like matinee, you know.
Right.
Laugh my ass off. Only got in the theater, you know. That movie took off on video and Cinemax. It's got a cult following. I love Joe Dirt. Got your Husker do's, your Husker don't.
I haven't seen it probably since closer to when it came out.
It's got Kid Rock in there. But yeah, horrible title. Horrible, just absolutely horrible. Star Wars, Infinity War. Let me guess, it goes on forever. Like, you know, it would never end. Oh wait, that's kind of a pun too. Like, I love it when they come up with rules though, like, because Rise of the Guardians failed. You can never put Guardians in a title. Just like Mars Needs Moms, you can't put Mars in a title. So, you know, John Carter of Mars can have Mars in a title because no one will go see it. Then no one still went to go see the movie. But meanwhile, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy comes out, people go see the movie. Like, marketing people, they try to come up with some bullshit reason why people didn't see something,
Right.
and it just sucks. Never really quite like factors into. No one's interested in this movie, you know. Not $300 million worth of interested.
Yeah.
Like more like $30 million worth of interested. So don't spend $100 million on it, you know. Make it for like $3 million and make your $60 million back. That's an option.
People just don't like admitting that they don't got
It's
it.
not people, it's marketing. I mean, I work with salespeople, bro. You know, gotta hear all day. I mean, I sat right in a room. This is 2 years ago, right? I sat right in a room. We had a Star Wars meeting. It was like, look, Star Wars merchandise is not selling at Walmart or Target or anywhere unless it's a joke. And Lucasfilm, you know, they're like, we have to find a way to make the sell because when you own a license, you got to pay up on it, dude. You know.
Uh-huh.
So if they're gonna give, they have a guarantee. Licensors have a guarantee no matter what. Let's say, you know, I know for a fact, like with Marvel and low tier basic merchandise, it's like $45,000 a year guarantee they get, no matter what you do with it. Like you owe them 45 grand a year. So, you know, you want to make your money back, right? So I'm sitting in this room and they're like spending a lot of money on Star Wars, bro. You know what I mean? A lot. And these guys are like, well, you know, we got to find a way. And by we mean me and the people in that room. And so I let them go through their spiel, the higher ups. And I'm like, can I just talk off the cuff, you know? Because I don't want to always seem like that condescending voice of dissent. I'm not that guy. I like to solve problems. You know, so I'm not gonna be like, well, there's nothing you can do with it. I'm like, look, there's all sorts of things I can do with this. I can do artistic things. I can do covers. I can do, you know. I said the problem is, you know, they haven't had a movie since like 2004, you know, 2005 around there, and you know, you got a bunch of Marvel movies coming out at the time. You know, I'm like, it's just irrelevant to kids. In TV shows, sometimes they sell toys, sometimes they don't. And TV's even less relevant these days to kids because they have Netflix and Hulu.
All kind of streaming.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like they're not like, oh my God, that happened Saturday morning. I got to run out and book and buy the toy. You know, they might discover it a year from now. So, I mean, if anyone's watching the shit when it comes out, it's because their dad makes them. So a bunch of grown kids running the fucking nation now. And so anyway, I said, they need what they need to do is they need to rebrand. They need a new movie. They need to get someone who cares about fucking Star Wars to start making shit. And they're like, well, they're not gonna do that, So we got to figure out something. Literally 3 weeks later, they announced that J.J. Abrams, the sale of Lucasfilm went down to
Right.
Disney, and it was like 3 or 4 weeks after that, J.J. was announced as director. Like it all happened like within a month or two. And I was like, see, told you. And then they were like, no more joke shirts. So, like for
Right.
2 years they've been trying to sell things that aren't joke. Like if there's a joke shirt in the store right now for Star Wars, it's because they made it 2 years ago. You know what I mean?
Uh,
They're not allowed to submit new jokey shirts. Um, I'm like, I tried to do the episode 7 shirt 2 years ago. Like the minute it was announced, I put episode 7 coming May 5th. The minute they released a date, and like we are now want to go in this direction right now. I'm like, why not? You could sell this shirt for 2 fucking years. Like, it's hilarious.
yeah, I haven't seen a joke Star Wars shirt in a while. Now that I think of it.
Now they're here and there, but if they pop up, it's because they've been in inventory, or they were made 2 years ago and they're able to do it. Otherwise it's the logo or like blueprints.
Uh-huh.
This is the tediously slow part.
It's the fun stuff.
This is not fun.
You get it. Yeah, the way he said that, this isn't fun.
It's not fun. I don't enjoy it.
I know, but it was just so like you could just a sad moment.
This is not fun for me. This is me trying not to screw it up. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
yet I still have to get contrast and details. And people don't realize most paintings aren't like 11 by 17. You know what I mean? Like they're huge.
right.
So, but I haven't worked out a way to paint big or color big without having to redraw my drawings. Yet I need to get one of those engineering printers. The cheapest I can find one's like 8 grand though.
Ah,
So
damn.
unless I do really, really well on a Kickstarter,
Right.
and even then, I'd have a hard time justifying that to certain individuals. You spent what on what? Look, now I can paint. I think most Star Wars titles only sound cool if they're Imperial related. Like Heir to the Empire is a cool book title. Star Wars Heir to the Empire. Oh, that would be cool. It's never like the good stuff that sounds cool. That's why people go Revenge of the Sith is cool. Yeah, because it's sinister. Most
Right.
titles sound cool if there's an edge to them. You know, Star Wars. They went on a picnic. Like doesn't quite have the same ring to it. If a movie's called Happiness, that is the most unhappy movie ever made. Like, don't. No one makes a movie called Buried and everyone gets along. You know?
Right.
As I found out one Christmas. So they won't bury him. Oh shit, they buried him. Not a good Christmas movie. Like when a movie's called A Christmas Story, you know that's going to be the most stressful Christmas ever.
Yeah.
You know? Return of the Jedi doesn't sound anywhere near as cool as Revenge of the Jedi. You know, I've been hearing that one since '83. You know? My uncle was huge into Star Wars in the '80s when I was like the littlest of kids. So he took me to see Empire when I was like two, you know, 2 or 3, and I barely remember it. You know, I do remember like the AT-ATs, like seeing those. That's about it. My little mind can,
Those are the ones with the long legs that walk in the snow.
yeah. Well, they walk anywhere, just they happen to be attacking Hoth at the time.
Oh,
They're
okay.
not snow dependent. They're in Jedi. There's one right in Jedi when Luke goes to turn himself into Vader. You can see it
Oh,
walking in the forest. It didn't appear in the Endor battle because Lucas didn't want to spend a lot of money on that movie. Like initially, the movie was supposed to take place on Coruscant. They built. Why would they build the Death Star in some other remote part of the fucking universe? You know, like
right.
initially, the screenplay was they built the second Death Star where the rebels could never attack, right next to right outside of Coruscant. You know, at the heart of the Empire. So just getting to the fucking Death Star was going to be a pain in the ass, you know.
Yeah.
But he wanted the movie done quick, and he didn't want to spend a lot of money. So like the people who made the Death Star were Wookiees, but they didn't want to spend that money, so he cut them in half. Literally, they cut the production budget in half, and then he just cut the name in half. So Ewok is like a anagram or a fixture of Wookiee. You know what I mean? Like it's Wookiee in half.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the name comes from. And they all lie about it now, but there was enough like honest interviews. I used to
Right.
read Starlog and Cinefx and shit back in the day. And, you could get those. Gary Kurtz would talk about it. He produced Star Wars and Empire and American Graffiti and THX. And Lucas just was unhappy with Empire. He didn't like it. Didn't like it. But it was too dark. That cost too much, took too long.
And then Return of the Jedi was too soft.
Bro, he had kids. He went through a divorce. You know, it's a whole thing. And his wife edited the first film with him. Marsha. She edited American Graffiti.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say was that I was wondering if she worked on other stuff doing that, or it's just his.
Yeah, she edited Scorsese's films, and she did. Apparently, the big word was that he didn't like because Scorsese parties, and he was just Luca's like a stay-at-home kind of guy.
Uh,
His father was a banker. You know, out in Modesto. His father wanted Lucas to be a banker. I saw a real fascinating interview conducted in like it was before American Graffiti took off. Lucas did with this some kind of PBS style like British dude talking to him about film.
uh,
And at the time he was trying to get funding for graffiti and didn't know if that was going to happen. He was talking about probably just straight up doing like he's like, yeah, I don't know if Hollywood is the way to go, and he was thinking about just doing straight up like teaching stuff, like educational shit, you know.
uh-huh.
And he talks about the suits in Hollywood, and just like everything he said is like what he ended up becoming. It's fucking hilarious. You ever want to sit there? I'll dig it up, put it on while you work.
Probably.
Yeah, why educate yourself? I got robbed, right? You just hit me up. What that guy say that time? Yeah, yeah, that. What Rob said.
It's my go-to. You're my human Google.
My Google foo is strong.
It's like I need to know something.
Dude, I was up on Too Many Cooks the second it came out. Like it debuted 4 a.m. on Cartoon Network. Uh, I went to sleep at 2, but I got back up around 5 because I couldn't sleep very well, and just decided to go look at Reddit to see what's happening in the world. Because you'd be surprised what news stories are on at 2 a.m. and then disappear by 6 a.m. A lot of stuff, dude. So, and they're like, "Oh, Too Many Cooks, check this shit out. It's fucking crazy." So then I texted my friends at work. I was like, "Yeah, you should check this shit out." And the video was I had like 22, 27 views on YouTube when it started. Now it's like at 3 million.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got the pulse, bro. Try to tell them at work. They don't know what to do with it.
I wanted to go see Big Hero 6 this weekend. I don't got the money, but I doubt you're going to go see it.
No, I don't go see those movies in the theaters. Kids are there.
All right.
If I see it at all, I'll see it at home. I have 3D at home.
Because I was thinking about, there's this IMAX theater that's our house that no one ever goes to. Like, it's usually dead. So I was like, yeah, maybe I'll go see that in IMAX 3D. But it's expensive, so I might wait till next week, but I don't know.
Except for this chin strap. None of this is done, man. It's got a ways to go longer. I'm picking and choosing how much stuff I push back and pull forward at this point. I have to let it sit for a little bit too. And then I'll probably go a little dark on some things and then paint lights back in and refine it. So you can't. Copics aren't really good for fine edges. They have this thick brush tip. So it's the slow boat to fucking China here, dude. Like trying to figure out how much contrast to put in. And that's the problem. People like want full figure characters because the heads end up being incredibly tiny. So to get the details back in, it's been like a struggle. I know how to do it now because that's why I moved to like doing like some final opaque paints and shit. Then it's a question of like how, like how. It's tough, dude. There's a lot of things going on this piece that I try not to like dwell on because it'll like piss me off. Every now and then people throw you a character that shouldn't be hard. I'm like, well, there aren't a lot of dynamic Darth Maul pieces that aren't just straight up trace overs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're mostly just trace overs. And when people do color the guy, it's pretty flat. You know what I mean? And there's a reason for that. Like, that's not having the effect I want it to. Oh. I never know. You got to be a little more specific. What's up with his beard? I think the guy has a thin face. You know what I mean? And the beard fills him out. The problem is he got fat. Like when he was a thin, wiry guy, you're like, that beard makes him. This dude come from the 70s, right? So now it just kind of hides his. He looks kind of like Boss Nass. You know that dude from the Phantom Menace, like the big fat Gungan dude. I only know those names because I gave a shit in 1999. I can't tell you the names of any of the other side characters after the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I did used to read all the books and I played all the games. You know, I even got excited when they cast Hayden Christensen because he was in this movie called House. You know, that was actually pretty good. Uh, then the movie came out, and I was done. Tiger of the Clones is where I just said, I'm done with this shit. You know, and I didn't even want to see Revenge of the Sith when it came out. But I did have the music early, the John Williams music. I thought it was like I had this Imperial March version of like the Jedi Anthem. I thought was cool. So I'm like, well, I'll go see it for the fucking music, you know.
Hmm.
And then I go in there and I can't hear any of the music because they cranked the sound effects up. So, and half the score that's on the CDs aren't in the film because they edited the movie in such a way that the score doesn't line up. So they just keep throwing these. That's why you hear the Phantom Menace on this weird loop. It's not
Uh-huh.
one continuous piece of music, you know. It's Ben Bird over there because they do this weird asymmetrical editing. Well, he did a thing on it. Like, look, we can take this and we can mix this, but then what that happens is the music doesn't sync up because they're doing that all the way up to a point where it's like not beneficial. But they're like, well, no one cares. And you're right, the average moviegoer doesn't give a shit, but they don't know why they don't give a shit. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
there's actually a reason, you know. And it's like that's why, you know, I've listened to endless, you know, movie editors and screenwriters. Like, look, you know, when you know, even like fan edits are tough because when you just take a piece out, that one piece that isn't always, it's never really always that part of the movie you're like, oh, that scene sucked, so if you took that out, it would be a better movie. It's generally not that scene that sucks, it's all the things that led up to it, you know? So you can cut that one thing out, but all this other shit that exists before that scene, so they're still there. You
Right.
can't edit, you can't change. You need something to you need change, you know? You need alternate takes, you know? And that's like, it's hard, dude. You can only do so much. Yeah. That's probably the only like fan that I've ever seen that's really, really good is like Addy Wants stuff because he's fixing visual effects, you know.
Right. He
But I don't know. There's not
actually,
much you can do for the prequels because there's structurally just things that are broke.
yeah. Yeah, and what he's doing isn't really trying to change the film. He's just little fixes and little things that make it more enjoyable and more presentable. Like, I don't know. It was cool. You know, it was just cool seeing little mistakes fixed that you usually laugh at or be like, oh yeah, that part. I mean, you could tell he cares about it too. So
Yeah, building full model sets and shit. And, you know, taking those things that used to be a flat painting and making a full model set out of it and recompositing that stuff back in. You know, but you can't. You know, you can't take. I mean, you can't deal with certain things like, well, I hate, you know, that character. Han Solo turns into kind of like a pussy in Return of the Jedi, you know?
right.
What can you do about that? Yeah. Not much you can do about that. Like I watch these guys try to make a fan edit of like X-Men 3, and there's no way you can cut it and still enjoy it. It's impossible.
Good
Some
old,
place,
good old Brett
yeah,
Ratner.
yeah. I mean, you could take sequences. I mean, at that point, you're better off just kind of writing your own thing based off what they did and doing an animatic. You know what I mean? And trying to like build an animatic. So like it could have been like this, but then that's not really a movie. So I don't know, man. That's why I'm like, I'll just go make my own stuff. So I hope this next film's good. You know, I'm giving JJ the benefit of the doubt because I like him.
Lots of lens flares. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Just joking.
You know, I could show you all the lens flares that currently exist in all the Star Wars movies. You'd like to see them?
Uh-uh. No.
Right
Those are-
back to like 1977.
It's the only joke I have that I know that people bitch about
Right, and
Abrams.
then I'll show you the lens flares in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, the only thing I hate is, which I know he wouldn't do with Star Wars, but is jittery cameras, like in Cloverfield type stuff, where cameras are
But that
just
was part of the storytelling. It's not.
yeah. No, I
Star
get
Wars
that.
isn't about jittery cameras. You know, they're gonna have Kurosawa style wipes and
Right.
you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That it won't be in Star Wars, but that's the only thing that I never liked was
But he
those.
didn't direct that. That's Matt Reeves. It's the guy who directed
Uh,
Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
what Abrams do,
JJ
just
produced. He
produce.
produced it. Yeah, he come up with the basic story idea and he produced it. And he put his buddy Matt Reeves, who he met when he was a kid. It's a whole cool story, dude. Where Matt was on this. Apparently, there was some TV show that would play, I don't know, kids Super 8 films and stuff. And so this dude put him in. He said, "You should get a hold of this kid named JJ who's always sending me stuff." It's in the '70s, dude. So like this dude Matt Reeves hits up JJ. They lived in like Arizona, and so like um, and they made friends. And it turns out that they hit up. They sent this fucking I don't know something. I think it was like Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was some like cut it or something. They sent it over to Lucas to Amblin Entertainment and Kathleen Kennedy, who's running Lucasfilm now. Um, put them together. They apparently found a box of Steven Spielberg's fucking old Super 8 films in this house that he used to live in. Like the people who bought the house found it, and so Matt Reeves and J.J. Abrams um, cataloged all these Super 8 films when they were like 12 or 13 for Steven
That's cool.
Spielberg. Yeah. See the shit I know
Yes.
because I educate myself on stupid shit that won't fucking get me no money. But you know, it makes me. It's true though. It's all true. And then now look at them. You know. Star Wars, Overwatch. People be like, "Is there Underwatch? Over the river and through the woods to Palpatine's house we go." I mean, like it would never end.
All
You
right.
know. Star Wars, modern warfare, but it takes place in a galaxy a long time ago. How is it modern? You know, like
There's nothing. I mean, I don't even like you just start picking things to throw together as far as things. Star Wars, Rebirth of the Jedi's, and they'd be like,
what's
well,
a rebirth? You know, what
right? No,
rebirth of the you know what I mean? Like
all the Jedi's all die.
Jedi was
Like,
born. Luke was. I mean, it never ends, dude.
yeah,
You know.
it's. I never see. I
Have a
never.
called Star Wars. Has the word wars in the title. You know.
All right.
And so to that end, like calling it, like, I know why they named it Episode One to kind of get people on the idea at the time that it was a prequel, but that episode thing, dude, really hurt it in the long run. I believe, like it, you know, it didn't help that the movie wasn't that great either, but the
When
movie wasn't horrendous. I mean, you want a horrendous fucking movie? Go watch Dungeons and Dragons with fucking Jeremy Irons. You know, like it's a
is that the
fucking
one
fine
with
act.
the
Huh?
Wayans brother?
Yeah, just go sit through that fucking movie. Came out like the
Yeah.
same time, dude. Like, you know,
Um.
I mean, that's a bad movie.
Now I don't remember because I don't know. I don't think I was born yet when the first Star Wars came out.
77, you weren't born yet.
No. Okay. Did it say Episode 4 like when it first came
No, not
out?
initially. That came out a year later. It was re-released because it stayed in theaters for a year, dude. If you can believe that. And because you know they didn't have home video at the time,
Right.
which is really funny because this guy was talking to Lucas about home video emerging at the time, and this in that documentary I was telling you about. And he was like, "Well, you know, it's not there yet," and it's funny, you know, like that's how Lucas made all of his money. And so that and, you know, the action figures, but
Right. The licensing or whatever it was.
yeah. But no, it came out for the re-release, and then they added the episode in because you know he obviously he's watching fucking you know Buck Rogers serials and shit, so he went back and added in a name. I mean, if it had been marketed Star Wars: A New Hope, no one would have. You know what I mean? It's a pretty stupid title, dude. A
Right.
New Hope. What happened to the old Hope? You know, like
So he added A New Hope and also Episode 4 to it,
Yeah.
knowing that he'd want to maybe
That
someday
there
go
was
back
stuff
to
that
movie
existed
theater.
before, and there'll be stuff that, yeah, because he had this grand plan. He probably came up in the middle of the night when he was successful at how to keep himself working. And after it got really successful, he realized he never had to work anymore. He's like, why am I doing this? You know, I
Right.
don't have to work anymore. Like, he came up with all those plans when, he's trying to find a way to pay his bills. And once you got enough money, it's like, why do I have to work?
Why do I even care anymore?
And he wasn't
Uh,
smart enough. He wasn't. I don't know what it was. Smart's not the word I want to use. But he wasn't cool enough.
Foresight.
Let's use cool. No, let's use cool to just fucking let other people run with it. Yeah, because it was also his thing. So he's like, I don't want other people touching it. So come back to it later when the technology's there. Like, if it was about the story, why are you waiting for technology? I mean, this technology wasn't here when you made Star Wars. You invented the technology to make the movie happen. To so I've never understood that whole bullshit line of argument where it's like, oh, I was waiting for the tech. I get Avatar. If you have to go to a fucking other, I get that. He wants 3D cinema and he wants human CG characters, that are 8 feet tall and blue. I get, that this, that's part of the story. But what part of Episode 1, other than a CG Jar Jar, dude, you know what I mean? Couldn't have been done in some capacity in the mid '80s.
Yeah.
What's the pod racers? It's just the speeder bikes, dude. Without the trees.
Right.
I mean, there's fucking nothing, dude. That well, a lot of they could have had a lot more droids. This would have took maybe another year.
All the backgrounds could have been shot like in New Zealand or
They could have
Ireland.
just shot the fucking movie outside, which they did more on Episode 1. I mean, they shot a lot of. They were out there on location. But it would have mean he would have had to have a good script, laid out. You could have gone in with like a fucking, well, we'll do this and we'll do that, we'll do coverage and we'll create new takes and shots and after the fact and you know
Your impression's funny.
what?
Fucking.
When I created Star Wars, I was thinking, oh, fuck everyone. He talked. You gotta understand, he's like a human Kermit the Frog. Hi ho, George Lucas here. And when I created Star Wars, I was poor, and now I'm not. Then the Peter Griffin laugh.
Right.
Star Wars. Like, yeah. But he talks like Kermit the Frog a little bit. But he was friends with Henson, so who knows? Yeah. It's all about the story. It's Rick McCollum. I hate him. It's all about the story. We care so much about the story. Yeah. That's why Owen Lars has no fucking scenes. Guess that makes us brothers. There's your fucking one line. That's great. Guess that makes us brothers. I mean, just structurally, I don't understand it. Seems if you know you're gonna make 3 films and they're gonna take place, and you talked about the Clone Wars, would not the first movie be the setup for the Clone Wars? I mean, if just let's say a boring structure, you know. Let's say a boring structure. Boring structure is first movie sets up the war, middle movie is the war, third movie is the end of the war, right? Not first movie sets up the basis for a war that might be coming. Second movie, war kind of starts or has started. We don't know. Third movie, war. In between the movies was the war. You know what I mean, dude?
Yeah.
No screenwriter could get away with that. You have to basically be in charge of everything. I love those documentaries. The first documentary, the one that was on the VHS
Uh-huh.
for episode 1, is the best because like you actually see all the negative shit. If you look, you can see it. There's this scene where they're doing there's all the prefaces. You know what Doug Chiang is?
Uh-huh.
Doug Chiang was like the art director for episode 1. He did
Okay.
those like actual paintings. He actually learned acrylic painting, like the Macquarie style acrylic painting to get the job, and then they all ended up going to Photoshop, and it was fucking hilarious. So anyway, but his paintings are really really good, and so they're looking at screen tests for 3 kids. They got 3 kids down for Anakin, they got this one kid who's kind of like he's a little bigger, a little stockier dude, and he's pretty cool. They got Jake Lloyd, and then they had this other kid who gave a riveting performance. You know who that kid is? Wait,
Uh-huh.
hold on. Before I even say who that kid was, this kid gives a really good performance, and everyone's like, "Wow, that was amazing," and they're like, "Wow, but George really likes Jake Lloyd." And you can see the look on Jug Change's face. He kind of puts his hand over his face, and he's like nodding, like, "Oh yeah." He's like, it's, but if he's not, this and that, but you can mold it. You can, he could, just he has an intensity in his eyes. And but the kid who gave a great performance was a kid named Haley Joel Osment. Won an Oscar like a year or two later, like for a movie called The Sixth Sense. Like,
That's
you
funny.
gotta watch it. In hindsight, it's so great. Like the first time Lucas and McCollum and Ben Burt, they all watch a cut of episode 1, and they come out and they're like, Lucas goes, "Well, it's it's a bit it's a bit long in the tooth here and there, and you know mm.
Uh,
Haley Joel Osment, dude.
that's funny.
That Sixth Sense had to hurt, but everyone's just agreeing with George. You can just see, like, go watch Doug Chang. And I ended up reading stuff way after the fact, in
Hmm.
something separate that had nothing to do with that documentary about how, like, Doug really didn't like it was just funny, like these stories come out and they try to spin what happens in the documentary as everything being positive. There's a great scene in the Attack of the Clones documentary. That's why they stopped making them. Where this animator is doing that scene with Yoda, where he says "begun the Clone Wars has" or some nonsense,
Right.
and Lucas kept making this guy. He must have done 50 different takes on that one animation. That is no different from shot to shot, And everyone's just like, "Is he? Are we done with this yet?" Like, and he just got so hung up on that. It's just funny because you can make a guy sit in a room when they have Photoshop and Maya and endlessly tweak something that actually doesn't matter. You know, like structurally, you got to look at the bigger picture. Like to me, the bigger picture is why is it called the Clone Wars? Like, what he knew there was something called the Clone Wars coming. Begun the Clone Wars has. Like I don't even know what that means. It's almost like fourth wall breaking.
Right.
How does Yoda know what the Clone War? Like, wouldn't who knows World War? No one says. Look, imagine if in 1914, Chamberlain and these guys sat around saying, "Begun World War One has." Like, wait, hold on, one, one. How do we know it's one? Like.
Yeah.
Motherfucker just said one? They call it the Great War. It's only in hindsight you know it's something. It's pretty funny, dude. I mean, there's no character arcs for the Jedi as a whole. Like, the Order itself, you know?
Hmm.
Shit just sort of happens. Like, they're kind of stupid. We didn't see that! Oh my god! We're dying! Like, like imagine if, like, at the end of the first movie, okay, so Jedi haven't fought in a long time. They're kind of like, just like those dudes that go around and intimidate people, like, To me, when you send the Jedi in on a negotiation, it isn't because they're there to. It's like we're sending the mercenaries, like fucking sign the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or they'll fuck you up. Like Obi-Wan to cut your arm off. They don't have tea and talk about philosophy.
We're sending our bodyguards or whatever you want to call it.
We're sending guys that that can read your minds and manipulate you. I mean,
and also
it's an intimidation tactic. Like if Vince McMahon just sent fucking Triple H in costume to any meeting, right? You'd be like, oh shit, sign the contract.
Yeah, he's gonna pile drive us if we don't.
Mankind shows up in face mask. You'd be like, it's fucking wrestlers. So, it'd be kind of cool if like they get in a big fight. At the end, it starts kind of a war. It's like there's this big, conflict. I don't know, like some internal shit breaks out, and so like the arc could be like Jedi's in war and profiting. Like maybe some guys are like becoming rich. You know what I mean? Like they're hiring themselves out. Fuck this shit. Like they're corrupting themselves through war. You know what I mean? Like, because samurai were not. You know what I mean? Go look up the history of samurai, dude. A lot of sketchy dudes. You gotta watch the Kurosawa films.
They're just hired guns.
All right, later, long arm. Well, no, they're not hired guns. They serve the emperor. I mean, a samurai's whole order is to serve the emperor of Japan. But emperors in of themselves are corrupt.
Okay,
like politicians. Yeah, so a ronin is a when an emperor's fallen out of favor and a new dynasty would take over, they would have no emperor because you can't transfer over. That's what a ronin would be.
Right.
So in this case, their emperor ends up being a fucking Sith. They don't even know. And that's like the third arc, right? So in the second one, they're getting all corrupted. Some guys are profiting. Some people believe in the ideals of the old Republic, and that's like Yoda and maybe Obi-Wan. And Anakin's this guy who maybe for the first time is like, he does really well in war. I'm a pilot. I can fucking show off. I'm a badass, And so like maybe he decides to. I always thought it'd be cool at the end of the second film, like Anakin just rejects and decides to go live on, with his family. Like he goes back, like fuck this shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then Obi-Wan at the beginning of Episode 3 goes to fucking get Anakin and help him. We can end the war. We can actually end it. I need your help. Be my friend. Fucking old times and shit. So he goes back to help him, but Anakin, starts to see, the best way to deal with this shit is fucking Jedi are all fucked up. Meanwhile, the Jedi find out they've been led by a fucking, you know what I mean? They've been so blinded by their own shit, they've been led by their enemy the whole time. Like, that's a character arc. It's a failed character arc, but that's what the third movie should be, is a failed character arc. Anakin fails, the Jedi fail, Yeah, the only person who could have done the right thing was Obi-Wan, Like, I always felt Yoda should have been, like, a failed character arc, too,
That's why he exiles himself, maybe.
Yeah, the only person who should have been, like, try to do the right fucking thing was Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
And so that's why he has to, but even they fail. They all fail. It's a downer, the third film, like, failed character arcs are tough. Structurally, you don't generally want to do that, but that's what would have made it interesting. So. Start fucking. Told you this is the part of the fucking shit I was not looking forward to doing. So I was like, join me, or I'm gonna be sitting here. Which I would be sitting here just doing it.
On that note, bye. No, I'm just kidding.
It's okay, because I'll knock your percentage down. You know what I mean? After a while. Oh, well, that's cool. But you participated this much, so this is how much you got. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm here, and
it's my leverage.
Right.
Man decisions.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, Yoda should have been kind of like V in that he's willing to let them, when he realizes, someone should have said at some point, okay, Yeah, it turns out we've been blinded. We gotta fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We gotta take the hit. This whole everything has to kind of come down or whatever. Like there has to be someone. I mean, Anakin in a way is a little bit more anarchical. Like I don't know. Like the first movie, he should have just been some fucking like he should have been James Dean, like Han Solo. Like some hotshot little fucking dude who made fucking swoops and fucking, you know.
Hmm. Show off.
Yeah, 8 years old. It's a bad idea, bro. Dude just got so stuck on the idea of like, well, it'd be great to see, because his mother and he left his mother. Like, dude, no one cares. No one said, man, I hope we get to see Vader's mom and he's wearing his backpack and he has to walk away. Don't look back. No. Oh, kid looks back when you let him go for the weekend anyway. Like
Yeah.
later, running right up, kid. Yeah, I had like a little brother. I'm like, hey, yeah, he ran off. They don't care. You know.
Nope.
I want to be here. I got a fucking bomb strapped to my neck. You made them slaves. Well, that'll be great because it'll be a slave who enslaves the galaxy. No one cares. Slavery? Are we getting into this conversation now? Like,
It's it's
how
very
is it?
it's very Magneto-like.
Isn't there anything left to do? Like I told you, there's no like character arc. It's just these little ideas and these little like clever little things. Well, that's clever because when you think about it, like, dude, when I think about it, your fucking movie sucks. Like, the more I think about your movie, the more it falls apart. So it actually isn't a great idea because it doesn't go anywhere. Has to be a reason, you know.
Yeah. I don't know if I really liked characters becoming what they hated. Like Magneto hating the Nazis because they tried to overpower him, purge them, but then he just becomes that. Where he wants to get rid of humans and.
He was never pro-human. You don't have time to hang out with that kid. What they're trying to say is the only reason why he's evil. I mean, a lot of people, dude. I mean, there are straight up chaotic evil people like Jeffrey Dahmers and shit like that, Ted Bundy's. But we're talking about political evil here, right? Like Hitler and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you're talking about like politically evil people who make command decisions, a lot of times it's done in the way it's done. Look, the Nazis had a constituency too. They had a voter base. The Nazi Party. They did things that were great for Germans. You know,
Right.
initially, and eventually he gets power runs amok, and then everyone's under the fucking, the whole country's burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
I think the greater ideal there is to show that look, if you're, is that there's greater, influences at stake, and there are people who believe, whether you believe it or not, there are people who believe in the genetic right to live. Like right now, if you go onto any college campus and ask a bunch of kids if we think the world's overpopulated, how many do you think are going to say yes?
Most of them.
Most of them. So then you ask them, so what do we do about it? How do you get rid of the population?
Right.
Do you understand what I mean? Like, you got to be careful about these things. It's called It's called the Hegelian dialectic. It's where you come up with an agenda that both sides sort of like take the. It's just where you come with an agenda that will lead you to the same ultimate conclusion every time. Like there actually is no argument. The end argument in genetics is death. There's no responsibility. There's no this or that. It generally ends up with, well, everyone's got to die. So who's on the list? And that's an interesting conversation to have in a superhero film, dude. Much more than I'm a power rating 6, and that's he's a power level 4. So if we get this stone, I'll be a power level 8, and that'll let us defeat the other guy who's power level 12. It's very. That's the shit I don't like.
Right.
Or like Magneto, like you don't want Magneto turning on mutants. See, like, if his thing is that, well, it's, we're the evolution of the species, so we're what nature's trying to lead to, then there's a great argument to be made for Trask, where he says, well, but we humans created robots. And I always believe like, well, what if robots? What if like the goal of a human is to create a robot? Because exploring space is pretty easy for robots, dude.
Right.
Like Transformers. Like, so, you know, that's why it's funny. Like when Sentinels can kick fucking mutants' asses. Like, well, nature made you, but then we make robots. So do you have a right to live? I don't know. Like, there's these arguments to be made. Beyond just, well, we're gonna make robots to kill mutants. There could be another thing there if you sit in a room and kind of have those kind of conversations. And then you see why I started writing my own stuff, right?
Right.
Because I have these conversations with myself all the time, and it's pathetic. So. But the problem I think with the Magneto situation isn't so much Magneto; it's that Professor Xavier has kind of a weak argument. He's just doing things because it's like the right thing to do. And I think like you know, I don't know if the mutant stories are like a Greek tale, well, a Greek tale's tragedy, but like the Arthurian legend is about things like the right things to do. Like you take, well, unless you're fucking guessing that's not true too, because Lancelot, Mary. So like, all right, but there are those sort of moralistic stories where you're like, this is the way you want to live in the world. Um, like what's really Xavier's like? Xavier's like for me like the position he should take is like, look, the end result is we all end up killing each other. You know what I mean? Like mutually assured destruction. It's a pretty good reason to find a way to get along.
Right.
Because like now they're making robots. What are the robots going to make? No one's ever dealt with that. So we make robots. Robots kill everybody. What threatens the robots? Because
Yeah.
there's always an apex predator, dude. You know? Thanks, Thunder. I mean, honestly, like think about it. What would be the apex predator for a transformer? You know?
Dinosaur transformer.
Nah, it's another robot.
Right.
You know? It's a question. No one's really been able to figure that out. You know?
Yeah.
Aliens? A more advanced civilization? But then again, more advancement doesn't necessarily mean bigger wins.
Yeah.
Like terrorists can fucking knock you for a loop, or the Africans could defeat the British. Like, to me, spiritualism probably is the apex predator to a robot. If robots don't have a soul, and they're really just a function of parts and programming, you know, like logic, then things that exist, like mysticism, like magic, like Doctor Strange,
Mhm.
like that kind of thing could be the answer. I mean, I don't, dude, that's the point. When I'm sitting here not talking, this is the shit I think about.
Yes.
It's like, Tony Stark dealing with Thor is tricky because all the technology in the world ain't gonna move that fucking hammer. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
you're outside the realm of technology.
Star Wars comes out not this summer, but the next summer, right?
No, next Christmas.
Next Christmas.
Christmas 2015.
Are there any particular reason it's during Christmas time, or?
Because they couldn't get a script and everything put together fast enough to make it by May. And JJ tried to push it back even further when Harrison Ford got all tore up.
Uh,
They weren't doing that.
movies. This guy's definitely getting his money's worth, in my opinion. Which,
Yeah, and I get to level up.
man, you're just full of nerdy stuff today. Let's see.
One second. Give me 1 second.
Yep.
I have to actually eat something or I'll get headaches.
Fair enough.
I made that mistake last week when I was writing. I didn't eat enough.
What you eating?
Cheese.
Is it delicious?
No. You need some animal fat, dude. It's good for your brain. You gotta invert the pyramid, bro.
All right.
Alright. It's funny. Like now, when I talk about making these standalone Star Wars films, the internet's like, we don't want those. They're just milking it. When I was a kid, there was always this idea that maybe we could get a movie where it wasn't about like Jedi. That's what I want, like a Han Solo thing, dude, or
Right.
like there could be movies that exist outside of like the Skywalker shit. Like,
Even a bounty hunter movie
yeah.
standalone.
Now it's called selling out. I don't know if you could sell out Star Wars, bro. Like, it defined, you know, marketing, modern marketing as we know it. There should be a universe in which other shit happens.
You said they were making a standalone Boba Fett movie, though, right?
There's no finalized what those standalone movies are. If you want to know, there's no. There are people working on standalone films. What they exactly are have not been 100% confirmed. For everything from Han Solo to Boba Fett to Obi-Wan to Yoda. So it's two.
I saw this funny picture. Some artist redrew the Superman Dark Knight from Dark Knight Returns, where Batman or Superman or whatever they're punching each other and kicking each other, but it's Iron Man and Captain America for like the Civil War stuff. I thought it was cool. You probably wouldn't. I did.
Yeah, I don't care about Marvel storylines too much, man. Yeah. Like the Civil War thing to me is has everything to do with the Batman Superman movie coming out that summer. You know, the decision was made way after that was announced, and I know that that's what that is. And, hey, great, you know what I mean? Like, it's fun watching those two guys argue with one another. But yeah, Civil War is just Secret Wars. You know what I mean? It's a big intercompany crossover. The Dark Knight Returns is a Batman story. You know.
Do you think they'll work out a deal where Spider-Man will be in the Marvel movies for like Civil War and stuff?
No, if I know Sony, they'll work out a deal where Sony tries to make a bunch of fucking Gwen Stacy films before they dude, Sony, who knows what the fuck's going on with Sony? You know, like, I gotta be honest, dude, like, fucking company, they can't make Spider-Man work. That's a fucking problem. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I've said it before, like, they really should have just made Spider-Man, dude. If they wanted this whole philosophy, initially these movies were supposed to cost, like, very little, you know? You want, like, realistic, kind of go away from the big budget shit, and then it became, you know, the most expensive fucking comic book movie ever made, you know? Spider-Man 2. So, like, the Amazing Spider-Man 2. It should have been TV series. They could have pioneered, you know? They could have led the way and been like, we're doing this as a TV series. Like Game of Thrones for superheroes, fucking, you know?
Right.
And that would have kept the budgets down, focus on, you know, focus on character arcs, villains and shit. And then planned on relaunching a movie series. Like with the Sinister Six could have been the big movie thing. You know what I mean? Put all these guys together in the TV show, and then when they team up to battle Spider-Man, that's the Sinister Six movie. And that's how you make it work. Not this multi-movie fucking thing that they're kind of tagging on after the fact. And then when it doesn't sell, then they try to figure out something else clever to do. You know? Which is what they're doing now. They're trying to find something else clever to do. And it's like, you have a character. You just don't know what to do with them because you get your head so far up your fucking ass. You know, or even like the Spider-Man Time. The movie could have been about multiple Spider-Mans, you know?
Right, which you've said that before.
Yeah. So that many times, dude. Now they're starting to do it in the comics. You're like, yeah. You know?
Wait, how can they make a... You meant a Black Cat movie, right? Not Gwen Stacy?
They got the Gwen Stacy Spider-Verse thing. You've been hearing these fucking rumors?
Yeah, but for a movie world?
Yeah, for the movie. Bring her back, make her Spider-Man.
What the fuck?
Just like in the comics. So, you know, yeah, it's a different universe, but yeah, it doesn't really matter, you know? You know, we'll just see if we can come up with something that works. Go, spend money on a script. Spend a few $100,000 on a script and see if someone can make it happen, you know?
Well, good for them.
Just stop caring. Yeah.
I didn't go see the last one in theaters. Like you always say, what is it? Vote with your bucks or vote with your money?
Yeah, vote with your dollar, dude.
Yeah.
You know, what's funny is, like, at work, you know, when I'd work on the movie, you know, I'm the guy who's like, I don't like the movie. They're like, well, you know, you got to see it because... And I'm like, great, so take us to go see it, and I'll watch it. I'm not spending money on it, you know?
Right.
I'll steal it. And I did. I stole the fucking movie because they're like, well, they didn't want to pay to take us to go see it. So I'm like, great, I'm stealing it. Well, I watched it, but I'm not giving them $1 because I don't agree with this, you know?
That's what I did. I just...
The law. I'm like, I wanted to pay for a movie. I wanted to pay for it, but I don't like the movie. Now I'm forced to watch it for research for work, you know, because my work won't take us to go see the fucking film. So fuck you guys. You're not. It's not a coal mine. I don't work in a mine where I have to go to the company store and spend my fucking money on the company store to keep myself employed, you know?
Right.
We don't do that here, you know?
That's what I did. I just burnt a copy of it. I didn't pay for it.
You know? I go to the theaters. I believe in supporting filmmakers. I don't support that franchise and what they've done to it, you know? It's in Fantastic Four territory at this point. It's not good, dude.
When's that one come out? Is there a
Who
date on
knows?
that?
No one knows, dude. No one knows. I wouldn't be surprised if that movie gets shelved. You know, if you really want to know, dude, it seems to me like they're just making a movie because they're obligated to, so they're spending the least amount they have to. You know?
All right, it was funny when we wrapped up Fantastic Four, and I remember I talked to you. I was like, I didn't even know they were really
No one
starting.
knew. And I'm telling you, it really reminds me of the Roger. I say I went to Comic Con when the Roger Corman film was being announced, you know? And there was a trailer attached to The Crow. When I saw The Crow, it was in the theater. You know,
Hmm.
but these were contractually obligated things they had to do to keep it, or Marvel would wrest control. And these guys never want to lose control, you know.
Right.
So they spent the least amount of money they had to. And this really, you know, smacks of that kind of thing.
I wonder if it's Doctor Doom again in it.
Yeah, it's Doom.
Oh, okay. I don't know why they just can't move on and just make another. It's like we got the origin story. Make a good movie. Oh well.
Or how about this? We're gonna give Marvel their fucking character back, and we're gonna take this money and invest it in some other indie comics and make fucking some shit. You know what I mean? That's gonna
Right.
cost us very little upfront to do, and we'll have a larger return. We don't have to pay this fucking royalty to Marvel. You know? 'Cause who the fuck gives a shit about the Fantastic Four? I mean, Marvel will make it work, but we don't have to, you know, spend the time and money doing this. You know?
Right.
We can get out of that game. We can make a decent Alien fucking movie. Assholes. You know? Get a decent Predator fucking movie. Assholes.
Hey Rob, did you like the last Predator movie?
18 fucking Predator Aliens films? No.
Uh, the hate is strong with this one.
Because how do you fuck that shit up? Oh, I know. I know how. Yeah, we got X-Men. It's working, so fuck this other shit. You know what I mean? Or to make a Deadpool movie. Don't make the Fantastic. Let Marvel have that. You know what I mean? Let Marvel deal with it. You just fucking you got shit that will you know like you got the mutants. You know you got Bryan Singer who apparently knows how to make an X-Men movie. So fucking just let them make it. You know.
Right.
You take that effort and you figure out what the fuck to do with Predator. The fuck out of Mr. Fantastic. You know. I
Yeah.
mean, could Fox have made Guardians work? No. There's no scenario in the verse. You know what I mean? Alternate dimensions or not, where Fox fucking films figures out a way to make a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. You know?
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like there's things that are just it's just not in their they don't
They
get it.
they
You
wouldn't
know?
have let him do the whole '80s.
No, they wouldn't have paid for the licensing, for the mute, for the no. So this isn't for you. And I always say this is a good point, you know, where you should know if something's for you or not, you know?
Right.
They don't know what's for that, you know, Predator. You got some cool shit. Aliens. Make a fucking Space Marines movie. Just call it Space Marines. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's where the Space Marines go and they fight some fucking aliens and shit, you know?
I'd watch it.
See, they got shit, bro. Didn't they, did Fox put out fucking Starship Troopers? Who put that shit out?
Uh, I can look it up.
Yeah, it might be Universal.
I think it was. I don't think it was Fox, but let's see. Why is my? There we go. Starship Troopers. It was production company TriStar Pictures, Touchdown Pictures.
Yeah, but those are out of business, so somebody bought up that shit. I'm trying to remember who. Touchstone doesn't exist anymore. Fox might own Touchstone. That's where my mind might be racing to.
Touchstone.
But dude, they got the fucking Alien franchise. You know what I mean? Come on, man.
You ready for this? In 2009, Walt Disney Studios bought
Oh, Disney owns. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Touchstones,
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. My bad.
which were put out, which put out The Help and Steven Spielberg's War Horse.
Dude, they're already making 3 Avatar films. You know, it's like, why do they got the X-Men franchise, and they got Aliens, they got Predator. They don't need Fantastic. They don't need it. I mean, they fucked up Wolverine twice. You know,
Right?
if they fuck up a Wolverine movie, dude, you just, I don't know, man.
I went to dinner with a couple people the other night. We were talking about the Wolverine movie, how when they first saw footage for it and that bathroom scene, they're like, "Oh man, it's gonna be good once they fix his claws and post." And then it was exactly the same. They're just oh man, I think I could have done better in Flash. Or I don't,
After
yeah, After Effects. They're I think I could have done better. I was like, well, that's what happens when people don't give a shit. They just think, oh yeah, people don't care.
dude,
It's
they
good.
tried to retcon X2. You know what I mean? For that alone, you should be fucking shot in the head. You know? For real, dude. Like, why would they do that? You know? Why would you reshoot, rescene, and try to retcon the movie that actually worked? You know?
Right.
What kind of hubris is that, dicks? Well, the internet leaked a movie, and that's why it didn't make a profit. No, it didn't make a profit because they won't fucking care. They leaked fucking Avatar, and it made just as.
Right.
What say, dude?
No one batted an eye. They still all went and plugged away with their money.
Well, it's because it's 3D. Really? You think? Well, no one liked it. No, the internet, took a flying dump, but average people, average person.
I'm not a huge Avatar fan, but when I saw it, I was like, holy shit,
Put it
this
this
is
way: if I
crazy.
sat you down with that shit in 3D again, you'd be like, oh, and then you'd watch it and you go, this is actually pretty good. Like, that's how it is. You know what I mean? Oh
Right.
well, sometimes there's a corny line here or there. Yeah, well, try now. You know what it's like when a girl sits down to watch a fucking Batman movie with you. You know?
Right. I thought it was good. I had no problems with it. It's just it wasn't like a movie I'd watch over and over again. But I mean, visually looking at the stuff they did, I'm just like, this is crazy.
Right. And he's aware of those fucking arguments. Which is why he's spent so long on the fucking story for the next 3. Hired these writers. Okay, he hired these writers, and he's got like 3 screenwriters, right? All
Uh,
Oscar-winning people for movies that aren't known for science fiction and shit, just character films, right? He
uh,
hires them, sticks them in a room with himself for like 6 months. They work out the story for all 3 films, but no one knows what movie they're writing. So no one could be like, "Oh, this is gonna be my movie," and I'll put, you know what I mean?
uh,
And then whoever ended up having like the best talent for each thing, he then said, "Okay, now you're gonna do this film." Once it was all worked out, You know what I mean? So
That's
like they
cool.
just worked like a TV show, and more like a writer's room in TV. You know,
Right, bouncing ideas off each other and
which
stuff.
is what Marvel does. Yeah, he knows. I would say the problem with the Avatar the movie inherently is that you have a film wherein people you have to explain a world wherein people transfer their consciousness into organically grown drones and run around a planet. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
how are you going to present that narrative? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
How would you do it in a way that doesn't just be like filled with technobabble? You know? Like, that's a tough nut to crack, bro. Once the fucking world's set up, you can kind of like move on with shit, you know?
Yeah.
But it's not an easy premise. Like the Abyss is a tough premise too. It's not like Terminator. Robot goes back in time, stop the robot. You know, like easy premise.
Is that new Genesis a movie or a TV show
It's a
for Terminator?
movie.
Jesus
Yeah, you can't.
Christ.
Well, you can't. That's the Entertainment Weekly cover. That's not. You
Okay,
know, these are
because
the same guys that put out that Quicksilver photo. You know what I mean? Like you
all
can't.
right,
And
because that
I
looks
wholly
bad.
blame. See, marketing departments need to start taking cues from Marvel. Do not let shitty magazine companies fucking be your first look at a property.
Yeah,
You
because
know what I mean?
that I was like, is this a TV show? Like, what is going on?
With the, I
Matt
know.
Matt Doctor Who looks like he's lost. Like, what am I doing here on this cover? And the Terminator just looks like any other like dad.
Yeah, that you can't. Don't
That
let him.
was so bad. I was just like, I forgot about that.
That's not from the movie. That's the shit I can't. It never has any
Yeah,
basis.
it's just them standing there in a room, just all right, we're gonna do it
Sometimes it
here.
works in your favor, dude. There was before episode one came out, Vanity Fair did this whole coverage on Star Wars, and the cover was cool. And there was this, they did this whole extra scene shot just for the magazine where Maul and Obi-Wan are battling in the desert.
Uh,
And those you'll see those if you look them up. You can see the photos. You're like, oh, why wasn't that in the movie? Shot
mhm.
really well. But again, this is like modern marketing is bad, dude. Magazines aren't where they used to be, and everyone's just photoshopping the shit out of stuff. And these things, I mean, Entertainment Weekly is the death knell, dude. Every time I've seen some magazine try to move toward that format, look at Wizard. Wizard tried to do it. They tried to be Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah,
Put it literally on the fucking cover every fucking month, dude.
just
You
a
know,
hot chick from
go look at Entertainment Weekly and Maxim, and you see what Wizard Magazine tried to do. You know,
yeah,
didn't work out for them. They still went out of business.
yeah. They had Joe
Meanwhile, they should have
Mannion on
been
the
on like
covers.
movie spoilers, and they should have been on like fan art, like Juxtapose meets comic book movie fan art. You know what I mean? They should have put the
Yeah,
Mondo guys in there. Like, they could have been something way different, but they tried to be, the PR fucking. We're gonna cover like Polygon's gonna go out of business too. Like I've been hearing financial problems for them for a long time, and then they finally just moved their coverage away from games. Now we're gonna cover Marvel. They're gonna be like the next Slash film. Like, dude, the guy who runs Slash film is like a one-man operation. Like Polygon's a huge fucking thing, dude. Like, the money just isn't there, dude. It's just not there. Not the kind of money that used to be there. You know, and
right.
I've worked in it. I've watched the money go away. Why would they spend any kind of advertising dollars on a magazine that's going to end up fucking hurting their brand? Now they got to spend all this PR damage because the first time someone got to look at something, it looked like they got a photo at the fucking mall. They got taking a picture at Disneyland when they're coming down the fucking ride.
Yeah.
You know,
That's funny.
at that point, just make a music video on YouTube and release the shit for free. That would do you far more justice than really like a compilation video of all the stuff with ending with like the new Terminator shit.
Mm.
You know, and just make it like a viral video. It would do you far more good than this shit. This is also why it helps to have a copy of those fucking pencils, because when I go to paint the details back, I'll know where shit was supposed to go.
I'll be right back. I'll just set it down lightly because I don't want to put it on mute and have that thing, the sounding. Or you know what? You're probably gonna be another hour or two, huh?
I guess.
I'll just snap out and then I'll re-log in.
All right.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. So I go in the other room, and guess what Jessica's watching? X-Men 2. Made me laugh. She's like, what's funny? I'm like, oh, we were just talking about Wolverine and X-Men 2. You know, you're not bad at this art thing. You ever thought about doing it professionally?
Yeah, I thought about it. And then I up and got 100 pounds overweight and ended up bankrupt. And then I thought against it.
I can't tell if that's me or you're talking about.
It's me, dude. I was
Okay.
pushing 270, man.
I
2 years
weighed
ago.
I weighed myself today. I don't know why, but the first time in a long time, 'cause me and Jessica were like, well, let's cut back on stuff we shouldn't eat for like a month. I was like, all right, whatever. It was my idea because I was like, man, I feel disgusting.
You feel great?
Now I feel it kind of had that whole you the other night saying like, oh, you're taking a toll on your body there with the not getting sleep. And I'm like, well, shit, fucking Rob's right always. So whatever. I was like, let's see if I can go a month without fast food. And anyways, like we went to lunch today, and what I'm starting to do to kind of wing myself off it is I'll get a soda and a water, and I alternated drinking. Like I'll take a drink of soda when I drink, or a drink of water, and then I started drinking a little more water at lunch. And I'm like, well, at least if I get a little bit of my caffeine fix just right now, it's like it's a little bearable. I know I
Well,
can't.
it's
I know I can't.
caffeine, though. You just drink coffee.
Well, I can't go cold.
Not
Okay,
caffeine.
sugar,
It's
sugar then.
you're addicted to the sugar, bro.
All right, sugar then. That's what I meant.
It has
So
nothing to do with caffeine.
okay, so sugar, but I can't go cold turkey. I know I can't. That won't. But if I alternate, it makes me drink less of both. And I'm like, all right, this wasn't so bad. But I
That's
weigh.
fine.
You want to guess what I weigh and not be an ass about it?
I don't know. I'm not good at that. I don't really. Yeah.
I am 267.
No, I was 263, dude. 2012.
Yeah.
Now I hide weight pretty well, dude. Like a lot of people, like, well, Rob, you don't look 260. I mean, maybe 220, 210. I hide it pretty well. I don't get like the fat person syndrome. But that's my highest was 266 when I was like 18. You know, and I got down to 140, which that's bad. And I went a little crazy once. And I wouldn't eat right. I just starved myself until results. So, but I can tell you what I did do to incrementally get rid of it was I stopped eating. Well, I was overseas, so I wasn't eating any kind of American food. I never ate out. I always just made my own food,
Uh-huh.
And fast food's horrible, dude. They put plastics and God knows what else in this shit, dude. It's not good, man. And I stopped drinking soda. I would drink coffee. You know,
Well, I mean, I know that's
there's so much sugar in the soda, bro.
that's that's 80% of my problem is the soda. I know this. I know. It's so good though. It's so good. It's so
It
good.
isn't.
No,
Sometimes I get a craving. I have a few sips, and I'm like, ugh, and then I'm done. I
yeah.
have the stevia soda, but it's mostly the carbonated water. And I'll mix it with like some cream,
No, you're like
a little
this
root
is
beer
you're like
float
this
kind
is
of. But
so good.
I'm completely full and gassy. I don't like it. I really don't.
It's so good that you're afraid you'll keep drinking it. So that's why you don't have it.
No, no, I
I don't
don't. I
like
get
it.
headaches. I don't like it. I don't like the taste of it. I start to feel like there's syrup in all over it. I don't like it. I really don't.
All this soda talk makes me want a soda.
What's the problem with you, dude? Well, one day you're gonna end up diabetic. We'll
Yes.
have that conversation. It's
hmm
coming. Then you move to the diet soda, and
That's
nothing will
that's
change.
that's why you're gonna stay being my friend. That way, you could be there for that day.
I'll be there.
I'll be there for you.
No, 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 not for you. I'll be there
I'll
to
be
spite you.
there to
I don't
laugh
have.
at you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because I tried to warn you.
When the needles start to poke.
Yeah,
I'll
well, you
be
have to poke yourself in the stomach all the fucking time. I don't want your. I will. Oh, I will. I like to clown my dad.
I'll die. I'll die before I do that.
So my dad said, "You'd be surprised what you put up with."
Mm. No, I'll die.
Never lost the weight. He's never stopped eating poorly.
Now, this is a dumb question, probably, but I don't know, so I'll ask anyways. Can diabetes go away? Like, let's say if I got diabetes, right?
No.
And once it's there, it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. It sucks. So I saw myself at a crossroads, 2 years ago. I said, look, I got myself back in the position I got myself out of, and this art stuff did it to me. And I let it happen, so whatever. But I'm gonna be a diabetic if I can just keep this up. I already got the weight, I got snoring, the sleep apnea, all that shit. So I don't have that stuff no more. I mean, if I snore now, I mean, it's because I slept on the wrong side or it's dry out. You know what I mean?
Mm,
But it's not because I'm fucking overweight. So, uh, but I'm like, look, the diet I'm on now, diabetics go on it, because it can regulate their fucking life. So I'm like, I'll just go on the diet now, and then have the option to have a nice creme brulee if I want to have a nice dinner, you know? Like, but I'm through with this shit. Chinese food full of sugar, bro. Why you think you like it? Most of
so
those pizza
good.
sauces you buy full of sugar. Why you think you like it?
I
You're
can't.
addicted to sugar, dude. You and
I,
like most of America.
I
Really,
can't
that's
give
simple.
up my Chinese food.
Huh?
I can't give up my Chinese food.
You know what? It isn't your. And I told my girl, I said, people personalize food. They'll never say, I can't give up something. They'll say, I can't give up my. I have to have my. You've personalized and identified with your eating habits. Like you identify yourself with what you eat. That if that isn't the definition of psychosis, I don't know what is. Like I don't identify myself by the foods I eat. I don't go. I have to have my. I mean, what is that shit? My cigarettes. See, never. I'd have to have my hiking. Never goes in hand with like things that are good for you.
you
I have to have my jogging. No, that I have to go jogging. No one ever personalizes. That's
you go very Southern Baptist when you say that.
well, that's what you sound like. I have to have my Chinese food.
You gotta give me some.
Y'all gotta have my Chinese food. You can't be giving up that shit. You're crazy, man. Right. Well, you're gonna give it up because you're gonna be dead. You know?
Eh.
Oh, really? Really? You think that? Well, I'll
eh.
be there for that too. And I'll leave a bowl of Chinese food on your tombstone every year. So you'll always have it. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Please do. That way when there's
I'll place a bowl. There's your egg rolls.
that way when
Your
there's
chow
the
mein. Hold on, look at the camera. Over here will be your chow mein. Over here is some fucking fried bananas. All for you. There you go. Oh, there's soda. You know?
I'll read the setting.
Rest in pieces.
If ever there was a zombie outbreak and I come back, I'd stop first and eat my Chinese food you left there. Then I'd go after people.
Homeless Asians will come around far and wide to get the food
You leave for me.
that once a year I make the Panda Express Trail.
Uh, I appreciate that.
It's the Panda Exorcist. We need to,
Appreciate that.
you gotta get the guy in there to remove you of this. I mean, once a year I might have some Chinese food, bro. It's weekly for you. Twice a week. 3 times a week.
Maybe, yeah.
Not maybe. And I did it too. And that's how I got to, I mean, So.
It's
But there is a
delicious.
difference. I never personalized the food. I already did that when I was like 19. I didn't have. I managed to purge my head of that nonsense a long time ago. What I have is poor eating habits, largely, you know, built out of laziness and it's convenient, and I don't care. So I started caring. I can't sit down and feel my stomach come at me. Like, oh, can't lean too far forward. Could really feel that. I don't get tired after I eat. Don't yawn. I'm the only guy in the art department not yawning after lunch. Wonder why.
So what
I
is
think
this too many cooks?
I can fucking sleep 5 hours a day and I'm fine. uh, I'm not even gonna explain what it is.
It's like everyone's posting about it now. Like it's
Not now, dude. Yeah.
there's a chick running, guy with a bat. I don't know. He hit her. What the?
You haven't watched it. You have to sit down and watch it from the beginning all the way through. You can't look at screen caps or read about it. Okay?
All right. Look,
And
I'll
you'll
check.
ignore me and try to figure it out because you're
No,
too,
I'll check it out on YouTube later. I put my phone down. It's down. I'll look at it later. Once Jessica's awake, she's taking a nap. I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour.
No, I will laugh at you when you're dead and gone. I will laugh at you. Because I warned you about your food.
You can sing better than that. Come on.
No, that's it. No, I don't. I don't fucking sing, bro.
I've heard you carry a tune.
Yeah, across the finish line in last place. Having survived the marathon of karaoke.
I'll be there for
You'll
you
be dead and gone.
when the insulin starts to pour. I'll be there.
You're gonna have my insert bad food here.
The mental picture we're painting for everybody is I'm a giant obese whale just sitting here with like.
No, you look like the dude on fucking Doctor Who from the other planet.
I'm gonna take that as an insult because I don't know who you're talking about. So
Yeah, the Drax or whatever. You'll know.
you're a dick.
Mega potato. That's all I gotta say. Mega potato. Mega potato. You know, you're like Caucasian Grimace. You know? The Grimace.
Who's Grimace?
You don't know who the Grimace is?
I know. I'm just fucking around.
You watch Family Guy. You know what the fucking Grimace is.
Who? What? The Family Man show? Is that what you said?
Hot as shit in my fucking room, man.
Would fans help?
Yeah, but it's just moving hot air around. What's a fucking fan gonna do?
Nothing, and I regret mentioning it.
You got fans? Yeah, I got fans.
You're like 12,000 on Instagram, bitch. Crack myself up. How long did it take you to fix the color on the picture for me?
About 2 minutes.
Yeah, Jessica asked. I was like, I know, and Rob probably like total of 5 minutes altogether, maybe if that. Just download, eat, and doing it, and then send it back. Much appreciated.
You know how quickly I think my employers get a little spoiled when it comes to me, dude. I don't know. Like how quickly I move compared to this. I mean, well, you know, no. I'm the guy that gets. Oh, they did that. We had that. And we need like. There's this Spider-Man thing in the style guide for the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon.
Uh-huh.
Where they got all this ink and like look and texturing and shit. And it's at it's at Old Navy, and they're like, oh, we need that for fucking Carnage. I gotta make the shit from scratch, bro. I gotta go on the fucking damn site, on Marvel site, find a Carnage that kind of works, and then sit down, cut the shit out, fucking, you know, do a bunch of series of filters and shit to kind of get it looking a certain way, paint those in, repaint and other stuff, add in all my own fucking ink and watercolor textures I've made over the last several years. You know what I mean? Use my fucking custom brushes I made for myself to fucking, like, and I got it done within like an hour. You know? Most artists, dude, like graphic designers, they'd be there for fucking a day or two, dude. You know?
Right.
Like, I did that before lunch. And moved on to the next thing. And they go, well, it's just a fucking, oh, really? It's just a, here. You know?
Right.
But I don't really care, like, this shit is something you can't do in an hour.
Right.
Like that chick I went to dinner with is telling me, oh, no, a painter, you can paint a whole fucking ocean like in an hour. I'm like, yeah, here's how you paint a fucking whole sky in an hour. You know what I mean? It looks pretty realistic. But it's a fucking sky. It's just color. Like, it doesn't...
Right.
You know what I mean? It took me about an hour to do that. You know? Drawing Darth Maul and coloring him. Come on. In perspective and all the fucking details. That ain't a fucking hour, you dumb nitwit. You know?
Good censorship there.
Yeah, well, I don't need that trouble.
Right.
You know?
That's just funny. I was like, oh, here it comes. You said
Gender has nothing to do with it. Stupid people, stupid people. And I hate when I'm like sitting at a table and I got to hear about how like someone else can do a really great job at something, compared to
right.
me. Like, why don't you fucking let's see what you do, Like, I'm not so interested in what your fucking friend's up to. Or some guy, they got this new artist in the art department. It's cool enough, but I got to hear. He's 22, so I got to hear about like how his friend works on all the X-Men movies, I'm
Right.
like, I got a fucking friend who makes movies. You know what I mean? Just had a, like, takes my phone call. You want to call him right now? He's not a guy I kind of know. Like invents films and shit. Like, so what? Like, some people. Impressive. Who the fuck cares? And yet you're here with me. You know,
Right.
you're at this job, just like I
Sounds,
am.
sounds like his buddy did a little better than him.
Or it's just not reciprocating. You just get to be his PR agent, right?
All right.
So what the fuck are you up to? You can live vicariously through other people's achievements, dude, or you can fucking get on with your own life.
And that
Get
was
busy
your.
living or get busy dying. That's goddamn right. You know?
That was the tip of the day from Rob.
It's a quote, if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Really?
I'll just say no because I don't hate because then you'll be like, well, who said it? And then if I don't say it exactly right, or you'll call me out on it. So I just say no.
Well, then you know, right? I assumed you knew, but then you start acting like you didn't know. Pretty easy.
50 Cent, right?
Who do you think said it?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, tell me who you think.
Get, I just say get busy living or get busy dying. Uh, I don't know.
Get busy living or get busy dying. That's goddamn right. Who said that?
It's from a movie.
Are you guessing because we've been talking about movies, or do you think that?
I'm just tired.
I just want to know if it's deduction. Like,
I'm
I know you're tired. You're always tired. It could be 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon.
here's how I envision it in my head. Okay, the guy says it and then he like goes to fight.
No,
No, all right, then I'm wrong. I don't remember.
Morgan Freeman, Shawshank Redemption.
Really?
Yeah, when he's at
That's
the end, when he's gonna hang himself like fucking the old dude did, and it's a quote Andy said when he left him that note. He's like, when he's sitting at the wall with him, he says, "You gotta get busy living or get busy dying."
that's not where I remember it from.
And then Morgan Freeman adds, "That's goddamn right." Then he goes off to go see his, to go to the tree.
Uh, nope.
See, you didn't know.
Yep. I was mistaken.
I'll hold off on that move. It's going to be a last. Careful about how I lay that stuff down. Andy says it to him when he thinks he's thinking about Andy killing himself, but he doesn't know Andy had that hole dug out. Oh, you'd think I'd be done, but no. No,
Never.
no, it's a whole nother process. Think about this.
Don't think about it, Rob. Just do it.
Shut up. It's like I can see you trying to be like that Jedi who died. He's trying to give me messages, but they're all like, I'm tired of your fucking advice.
Uh,
Use the Force. Oh yeah, stand there, get hit. That's a fucking genius plan. You know, don't teach me shit about the Force. Just fucking die. Just die. Just stand there, get hit. You know, you could super run. You could have super runned out the way, but you stood there and got hit.
oh yeah, I was gonna say that to you earlier. What the fuck was up with their super run and the Phantom Menace, and then that never happens ever again? You know when
Because they never should have superpowers, dude. The Jedi are just supposed to be like samurai, slightly better than you. You know what I mean? Could do some stuff. Maybe a master could levitate some shit like the X-wing. You know,
right.
they're not supposed to be able to run around like the fucking Flash.
That's what I was saying. Like it made no, and it never was touched upon again.
Well, why would they touch upon it? He just makes things happen. You know what I mean? Like things just happen,
You just live with it. Yeah. Just...
and that's what happened.
All right.
So they have to depower the Jedi, and I have a feeling that that's what this movie's gonna do. You know,
Like
have a
they all
bunch of
lose
like
their
normal
powers.
people don't know what they're doing, and yeah, because you got to depower them. They can't be fucking super dudes. You know, everyone's Superman. Yeah, gotta make lightsabers dangerous again. Not everyone's got to fucking like. Now I got 18 lightsabers. I just hold my hand and it spins around. That's wonderful. Guy has lightsabers in his coat like he's selling Rolexes. Look at my lightsabers! Oh, look at all these! Like I'm not fucking. Okay, so just shoot you. You know, shoot his legs. Like toss a thermal detonator over his fucking way. Even if the lightsaber fucking hits it, it'll explode on him. Like see a thermal detonator solves Grievous's fucking. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's what I do. I played role playing, Star Wars role playing. Oh, a guy with 6 arms and fucking lightsabers coming. All right, I'm gonna throw 18. I got 3 thermal detonators. They're all gonna fucking roll, and he's done. There, problem. Problem solved. Like Jedi can't stop a bomb going off. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to take that hit. Now, one I first did the gouache stuff with this, I had to add like 800 fucking layers of shit. So then I did a test where I did the whites first and then I added the gouache, and it was easier. So that basically means I have to do the whites, and then I have to go and add gouache on top of the whites. Now I've given myself a whole extra step.
Yeah.
But the question I have to say is, in a test run, like having the color painted into him does look better than just white, right? Or am I
Yeah.
wrong?
No, it does.
It does?
Yeah.
White just sort of looks, you know what I mean? Like, it looks cool, but alright, you know? Like, here,
Yeah, I
right?
like that a lot. That's my favorite part is the kneecap right there with that I don't know if it's purple or red or
Right. So, and this looked exactly the same when I did that, you know what I mean?
hmm
So, like, you have to go dark and then paint this stuff back in. And I'm like, fucking painting, man. I'm not doing 11x17s all the fucking time. Giant robot pieces and shit.
You sound like a helicopter.
No, I got the theme to Big Trouble in Little China playing on a loop. So when
hmm
I don't want to work, I listen to that on a loop. You know, in the beginning when he's rolling into fucking San Francisco.
Right.
John Carpenter, it's him playing.
They did on the new Nickelodeon Ninja Turtles cartoon. They did a episode like that of the Big Trouble in Little China, and they even had the I can't think of the actor's name that plays the old
Kurt
uh,
Russell.
no
Oh, George Wong.
the Asian guy. Yeah,
Ed Lopan.
yeah. They had him do the voice of the that character that he's portraying.
Chinese girls don't come with green eyes.
So he's all he's in there and he kidnaps April O'Neil. She's the chick and her friend are the two chosen ones and stuff. That was pretty neat.
You're not put on this world to get it, Mr. Burton. You're not put on this world to get it, Mr. Burton.
You do that too well.
Bro, that was my fucking movie, man. That was the first time I saw him. I was pay-per-view was crazy. When I was a kid, I never knew of anything coming out.
Uh-huh.
So my dad's like pay-per-view movie, and it was always like, what's gonna be next? Because my dad would never let me watch the pay-per-view channel, so I'd never know. And so I sit down, and like they're opening up, and it's that dude talking to the lawyer, and then he holds his hands up, egg shen, and the fucking lightning comes out. I was like, whoa, shit! Like, because I did not expect this dude to have lightning powers, you know? That's how it always starts. It's very small. But yeah, dude, fucking George Wong as Lopan. Big Trouble in Little China and Ghostbusters is what got me to start writing. Because I wanted sequels. I wanted more Big Trouble in Little China, and I wanted more Ghostbusters. I even wrote a Big Trouble in Little China Ghostbusters sequel, where they mixed up. Welcome to the third grade. That's what I would turn in for creative writing. My fucking teachers thought I was crazy. Can't you just write about baseball? What is Big Trouble? They're like, even they're like, can you come up with your own stuff? I'm like, I'm fucking 8. You know what I mean? Like, what does it matter what I write? Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? How many kids like are writing sequels to movies when they're fucking 8? You know? But of course, I lived in fucking Tatooine, so you know my talents were not appreciated by the local moisture farmers. Fucking dicks. You'll not put on this world to get it, Mr. Button. Two girls with green eyes. And he's just rambling some gobbledygook about it. Now appease the Lord of the East and keep him and live forever. We're all going to say this time, huh? Exactly. Kill him. I love George Wong. It's awesome. Yeah, I guess if I could live in one universe, it'd be Big Trouble Little China. It's the universe I want to live in. Always rainy. San Francisco. Spiritual martial arts shit. Giant under sewer fucking monsters.
Let's move to Seattle and take up karate lessons.
That's actually No Retreat, No Surrender. You ever see that one?
Mm-mm.
It's one of Jean-Claude Van Damme's early films. He's barely in it. He plays basically the guy this kid has to fight, but it's kind of like a Karate Kid knockoff, right?
Uh-huh.
So this kid, his father has like a dojo, taekwondo, karate dojo or some shit, and fucking, of course, it should be kung fu, but I guess it was karate. And so he didn't want to compromise, so he got beat up, and they had to move to Seattle. I don't know. So anyway, this kid, he's not trying to teach himself karate, and of course he's got a black friend, has a BMX. He listens to rap or Michael Jackson, whatever was playing at the time.
Right.
But the ghost of Bruce Lee comes and teaches this kid karate. Yeah, the ghost of Bruce Lee. And fights Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Okay.
No retreat, no surrender, dude. I gotta do the white highlights. Think I'm at that stage. That's what I think.
Therefore you shall do.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I'm gonna go see Interstellar tomorrow, but I'm going to the 9 a.m. showing in Irvine.
9 a.m.?
See, now when I say 9 a.m., what do you immediately think?
I didn't know they played movies that early.
Right? And you also think that's awfully early to get up on a Sunday, which is why I'm the only guy there.
Right.
Now you see?
Yeah.
I get to go to the best IMAX theater and I'm the only guy in there. I don't have to deal with fucking 4-hour lines. Now when I come out, the line's down the street. I tested this with the Harry Potter films. Now the Harry Potter films, those lines are fucking always packed up, right?
Right.
9 a.m. on a Sunday, not one fucking person. It was the only one there. So my buddies, they all wanted to go see Interstellar. So I told them, I said, yeah, I'm going at 9 a.m. And they're like, and I'm like, right, which is why I'm going. Because I'm the only one who thinks that's a good idea. And that means I have my whole day ahead of me. But that also means I have to get to sleep at a decent time on Saturday, which is
Right.
today, last time I checked.
It all blurs into one now, man.
It really does, man. I lost track of this week.
When I came home from doing my errands right now, I really wanted to take a nap, but I was like, no, Rob wants me on the stream, so fuck my nap. I'm getting up.
When you really want to take a nap, you should take a shower. Honestly, a lot of times, dude, you don't need as much sleep as you think you do. Take a 20-minute cool shower if it's warm out, warm shower if it's hot out. You'll generally wake right up.
Well,
It's true.
needless to say, I did not take a nap or a shower. Instead, I got on the computer and started streaming. As I should.
You could be working on your After Effects stuff, though, dude.
I have to.
Not the videos.
I have to. Well, I have to listen to them. For the part I'm on right now, the particles, that video animation one I'm working on, I need to listen to her because I have. But it's fine. After we're done, I'm gonna eat something with Jess and then set up the videos to watch. Ain't no thing.
You're damn right you are, because that shit's almost expired. I'm not paying another $50, so.
When's it expire?
Soon. So you gotta get through it.
When soon?
You gotta start making stuff. I'm not giving you a day because you'll put it off until like a day before. So I'm telling you it expires fucking soon. Oh, your bullshit tactics.
At least I have tactics.
No, you don't. Like, it's not even tactical. It's just an excuse to not fucking work. You gotta
Oh,
start learning how to get ahead of the curve. You're like, well, it's just so random when you go on. Yeah, welcome to actually making work when you have a day job. It means you're gonna be making shit randomly because your fucking day job fluctuates. You know, personal life comes calling you to do this one thing, so then now you're working at this time. There's no set schedule, dude. And there's times you block in, and you have to. That's why most people give up. You know, because they go, well, I don't have time for it today, so my life. And you're like, yeah, that's what fans want to hear. They want to hear how Banjo Kazooie got in the way of Battle Chasers issue 9. You know, we really want to hear that.
all right.
Never should have told that story to Wizard.
I know. I was like, what? I remember reading that one. It's that issue where they show him in his studio and there's just video games and comics everywhere. I was like, oh man, that's a nice little studio he's got there with all kind of goodies.
Yeah. So, no, we making stuff. That whole I didn't feel like doing it thing's not gonna happen. That's what they don't teach people at school, man. You know, I mean, between you and me, the person that went to school that you know pretty well, that ain't me, should be doing what I'm telling you right now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They have plenty of time. They should be figuring out a way to dig themselves out that hole.
I already, I
You
already had
understand
a
what I'm saying?
card. I already got into a. As I look around the
Or why
corner,
are you doing more? Hey, I gotta
I,
look.
I already.
You gotta-
It was already a big fight the other night. I said the same
yeah,
thing.
once you start working your ass off, you're like, how come you're not working? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here I am, fucking doing this fucking. You know why? Because it's not bad to have someone like me pushing. You know what I mean? Like when you're working, it pushes me. Sometimes I don't want to do stuff, or I might take longer than I need to. I like knowing that you have
Mm-hmm.
someone out there fucking working just as hard as you. That's why, I don't need a writer who's getting a full night's sleep while I'm up all night drawing their shit. Like, that's fucked up. But yeah, I mean, you know,
Yep. I agree with statements made.
generally speaking.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. It's a losing battle though. Then you question, do you really want to do it, or was this just something that seemed kind of cool and everyone, was like, oh wow. Then you realize it was hard, or maybe they weren't as talented, or they didn't have the fucking what do you call that? The verisimilitude, the ability to see it through. Like the challenge is why I do things. You know what I mean? Like I like challenging myself. I mean, no one pushed me to do this shit right here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the stuff that I got you on is challenging. You know? But imagine like this fully cleaned up, and then taking it and making a motion thing out of it. You know what I mean? Like, for the lack of a better explanation, but you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just saying, dude. Like, Gotta fall in love with the work, man. The work is what, making things, people going, wow, that's what you fall in love with. Everything else, you know. Yeah, it's good to take a step away sometimes, but you got to ask yourself, am I stepping away 80% of the time or am I working 80% of the time? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Most people step away 80% of the time and they work like 10, and the other 10 is like them sitting around thinking about working or talking to their friends about it. Guys at work were like, so, did you write last night? I said, yeah, I wrote. Well, I was up till 1. 1? I'm like, that's a easy night, you know? But those guys, dude, they're sitting there yawning all day at work, you know? Most of them go out drinking or, then they like to draw at work, That's my favorite when they're drawing at work, Because it's like they're drawing at work because they don't draw when they go home, you know?
Right.
I know that to be true. Or my favorite is like the young guy. He brings these books that have like super crazy digital paintings, you know, and then he says a big book out. Like that's his thing. I'm gonna show what all these other people do. He's the one that kicks it. It's the best, dude, because it just takes me back. It's like, I think he's like this guy who, I think he's like the smartest person he knows, you know, and then he, Federico Fellini. Yeah. I know. Did the one take movie. Movies in one take. Well, yeah, Birdman. I know, one take. Well, yeah, I know. No, I know. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm asking him easy shit. Like, when Eddie Murphy did Gumby? No. Well, I was fucking with him because we had Days of Future Past on the TV at work,
Mhm.
and he's like, "Oh, it is." I said, "This is the new one." I'm like, "No, this is like 5 years old." And he's like, "Oh," and I'm like, "You didn't really see it, did you?" Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Did your friend work on it? Well, my friend did the right. I'm like, you can say I'm a dick, but you know what I mean? At least I see the shit I talk about,
Right.
I mean, come on. If you just seen this shit this summer in the theater, you would be like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I just saw this shit. What's your favorite part? Yeah. 'Cause if we sat down and you showed me fucking, Arrow, I would be like, yeah, I just watched, you know what I mean? And then you
Right.
did this, and then you did this, and then Stephen Amell, and Felicity, and then you couldn't be like, oh no, that's fucking a year old, like, 'cause you're on fucking crack, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. The only thing I don't know, like, fucking Bacon was going off about how some guy at the store had some rare action figure tattooed on him. And Bacon's like, oh, it's this Beast line. And I'm like, I don't know about those kinds of toys. I didn't have money. Like, I mean, Silverhawks, I remember. I don't remember Battle Beasts. I don't know that one.
I don't know either.
You're not a true geek crap. I'm like, right, I don't fucking know Battle Beasts. That or it wasn't that cool. What, Visionaries? I know Visionaries. I know Insect Wars or Insectors. I know Transfer Z. Uh, you know,
Let's see.
in the '90s,
Battle.
Street Sharks, Samurai Pizza Cats. I know all that
Okay.
shit. I don't know
I,
fucking.
I pulled him up. I've never seen Battle Beast.
Let me
And
look that one up. I gotta see what that shit look like.
it looks
Maybe I've
horrible.
seen it.
But yeah, I know Street Sharks and Gargoyles and uh, what was it?
Okay, wait. I do know these guys. I just didn't know them by name. And that's not me talking shit. They have these little, yeah, they have little hologram stickers on the center of their chest, right? But see, they get like these things got confusing because all those little like things on the center of their chests. That was a whole thing going on like in the mid to late '80s. The Transformers had them where you wouldn't know if it was a Decepticon or a fucking Autobot. Yeah, but I would never play with Battle Beasts. They look stupid.
Yeah.
They're like one step above Musclemen. you know. But muscle man, at least you got a fucking whole tendon. Yeah. Oh, you know where I got these? I used to actually, I do remember getting these. I got these from an ice cream van. I want to say in '86, '87. I didn't know what the fuck they were though, because you could pull the little arms off, kind of move them. Yeah, but who the fuck would tattoo a battle beast on their arm? And Bacon's like, they have wood and fire and water. I'm like, you're stupid. Whatever. So that's what those things were. But I couldn't tell you what it was, you know? I had to do
Mm,
that shit on fucking Jeopardy.
yeah, growing up, I was Power Rangers. I
Well,
was
this is way before
Gargoyles.
that. Yeah.
I was Gargoyles, Power Rangers, Pokemon, um, Street Sharks, Darkwing Duck for a time when I
Bucky
was little.
O'Hare.
Huh?
Bucky O'Hare.
Uh-uh.
You don't know Bucky O'Hare?
Uh-uh.
Freakazoid.
Ah, okay, yeah. I seen
Yeah.
that bit in Animaniacs, but yeah, it's because like when I was, I'd say 8 or 9 was 9 or 8 or 9 so was when the X-Men cartoon was out, I believe, the '90s one. So it was like the perfect time because I would record it, even though I'd watch, I'd still record it, and I'd record episodes on my on the tape player, and I'd come home and watch it after school, and I'd watch Pokemon, Gargoyles.
All right, dude. I'm gonna take a break. Um,
That's
you
fine. I
go
need
ahead and
to.
go do. You go. Well, just go do your shit because I need to take like a long break. I got stuff to do today, and I gotta write.
Yeah.
And we need to also work out a schedule starting the 1st of December to get the
Okay.
remaining parts of the digibooks done. Because I'm
All
gonna
right.
start that guy's. I gotta hit the guy up for the November commission
Mm-hmm.
today or tomorrow, and then I'm gonna get through that, and then I would just want like the first or second week of December. I just want to kind of hit it a little hard, you know,
Yeah.
and try to just end them before Christmas and get them all out. I just decided that's what we're gonna do, like we did last time, you know.
Right.
Because I don't want to dole it out every week, because that's a marathon I don't want to do. So we might just have to, you know, bite the bullet for a week or two and just fucking record the shit out of it.
Sounds good to me.
All right, man.
All
Talk to
right.
you soon.
Later.
Bye.